Senate will come to order. Mr. Schaffler, please call the roll.
Senators Amabile, Baisley, Ball, Bridges,
Yes, unfortunately.
Bright, Carson, Catlin, Cutter, Danielson, Doherty, Exum, Frizzell, Gonzalez, Henriksen, Judah, Kip, Kirkmeyer, Kolker, Liston, Lundeen, Marchman, Michelson Genet, Mullica, Pelton B, Pelton R, Rich, Roberts, Rodriguez, Simpson, Snyder, Sullivan, Wallace, Weissman, Winter. Mr. President.
Let's do this. The morning roll call is 35 present, 0 absent, 0 excused. We have a quorum. Senator Pelton B., would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you, Mr. President. Please stand and join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance
Approval of the journal. Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate Journal of April 21st, 2025 be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. That was horrible. Opposed, no. That's more like it. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. Senate Services.
Correctly printed, Senate Bill 300, 301, 302. Correctly engrossed, Senate Bill 30, 161, and 273. Senate Joint Resolution 15, correctly re-engrossed, Senate Bill 8, 69, 75, 122, 126, 155, 169, 195, and 276. Correctly revised, House Bill 1289. Correctly re-revised, House Bill 1283.
Committee reports.
Committee on Judiciary. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 288 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 298 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with the recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 281 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation.
Special orders. Second reading of bills. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over special order second reading of bills until tomorrow, April the 23rd.
The motion is to lay over special order second reading of bills counter to Wednesday, April 23rd, 2025. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The special order second reading of bills counter will lay over until Wednesday, April 23rd, 2025. Third reading of bills, consent calendar. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of all the bills on the consent calendar.
House Bill 1290 by Representatives Lindstedt and Valdez and Senators Mullica and Kirkmeyer concerning transit worker safety. House Bill 1289 by Representatives Zokai and Richardson and Senator Weissman and Frizzell concerning property tax exemptions for real property leased to public entities.
Very good. Majority Leader Rodriguez. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. 1290 has been requested to be removed from the consent calendar to be put on third reading and final passage at the bottom of that calendar. So on that note, is it a motion? I don't need a motion for that. Right? It's just been pulled. Okay. Mr. President, I move for the passage of the bill on third reading, final passage, and consent calendar, which is House Bill 1289.
Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of the bill on third reading of the bill's consent calendar. Are there any no votes? House Bill 1289. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, House Bill 1289 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Kipp, Wallace, Gonzalez, Michelson Janae, Cutter, Judah, Exum, Winter, Henriksen, third reading of bills, final passage. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of Senate Bill 30.
Senate Bill 30 by Senators Winter and Hendrickson, Representative Froelich, concerning measures to increase transportation mode choice to reduce emissions.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 30 on third reading and final passage, and I ask for an aye vote.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 30. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader Kirkmeyer, Frizzell, Rich, Simpson, Pelton B, Bright, Carson, Roberts, Pelton R, Catlin, Liston, Baisley, with a vote of 22 ayes, 13 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 30 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Danielson, Judah, Michelson Janae, Kipp, Wallace, Marchman, Cutter, Ball, Sullivan, Colker, Exum. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of Senate Bill 161.
Senate Bill 161 by Senators Winter and Judah and Representatives Lindstedt and Froelich, concerning transit reform and in connection therewith creating study, planning, and reporting requirements, increasing coordination among transit agencies, government and planning organizations, authorizing the Regional Transportation District to enter into service partnership agreements, creating a Regional Transportation District Accountability Committee, requiring the Regional Transportation District to emphasize ridership growth, worker retention, safety, and statewide climate goals, and making an appropriation.
Senator Judah.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move SB 161 on third reading and final passage.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 161. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader Kirkmeyer, Frizzell, Rich, Simpson, Baisley, Liston, Pelton R, Catlin, Carson, Bright, Pelton B, with a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 161 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Henriksen, Michelson Janae, Kipp, Wallace, Sullivan, Danielson, Cutter, Exum. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of Senate Bill 273.
Senate Bill 273 by Senator Roberts and Representative Smith and Soper, concerning the retention of blood draws for 14 days for use in investigations.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 273 on third reading, final passage.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 273. Are there any no votes? Senators Bright, Baisley, Pelton R, with a vote of 32 ayes, 3 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 273 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Wallace, Kipp, Weissman, Mullica, Doherty, Gonzalez, Judah, Winter, Michelson Janae, Cutter, Ball, Snyder, Bridges, Exum. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to House Bill 1290.
House Bill 1290 by Representative Lindsted and Valdez and Senators Mullica and Kirkmeyer concerning transit worker safety.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1290 on third reading and final passage and ask for permission to offer a third reading amendment.
Oh, wait. Senator Mullica, tell us why you need a third reading amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. We just found that there is another bill that's in the system that we want to make sure that this bill, a section of this bill, doesn't conflict with that bill if it does become law, and so we're just moving some language in our bill to a different section to make sure that that conflict doesn't happen, and so.
The motion is Senator Mullica's request for permission for a third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and permission is granted. As a member of the desk, Mr. Schaffler, please read L009.
Amendment L009.
Senator
Amendment
Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Amendment L009.
To the amendment.
Just explained it, Mr. President, just making sure that the language in our bill, some of the language in our bill, doesn't conflict with another bill that's in the system right now. I would ask for a yes vote.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L009 and House Bill 1290. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, L009 is adopted. To the bill. Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1290. Are there any no votes? Senators Bright, Rich, Baisley, Pelton R, Pelton B. With a vote of 30 ayes, 5 no, 0 absent, and 0 excused, House Bill 1290 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Amabile, Exum, Roberts, Wallace, Michelson Janae, Marchman, Ball, Cutter, Kip, Judah, Gonzalez, Bridges, Weissman, Doherty. Please add the president. General orders, second reading of the bills. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate lay over second reading of bills consent calendar until later in the day.
The motion is to lay over general order second reading of bills consent calendar till later in the day. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and general order second reading of bills consent calendar will later over till later today. General order second reading of the bills. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of general orders, second reading of bills.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. There we go. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself in Committee of the Whole for consideration of general orders, second reading of the bills, and Senator Roberts will take the chair. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Senate Rule 21C, I move that the Senate grant leave to the Joint Budget Committee to meet while the Senate is in session.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Wow. But still, the ayes have it. That motion is adopted. Y'all are excused and not excused. You want me to do it again? No. He can go right back into it.
One sec. Oh, okay. Okay. Right. The committee will come to order, and the coat rule is relaxed for everyone in the chamber. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over SCR 25002 until tomorrow, Wednesday, April the 23rd.
The motion is to lay over SCR 002 until tomorrow, April 23rd. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that will lay over to tomorrow.
I'll do the committee report and do the bill.
All right. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title, the Senate Bill 130.
Senate Bill 130 by Senators Gonzalez and Weissman and Representatives Froelich and Zakai concerning providing emergency medical services.
Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move SB 130 and the committee reports from Judiciary and Appropriations.
To the Judiciary Committee report.
Members, we did substantial work in Judiciary. There was a strike below amendment and some amendments on top of that. To keep it brief, the upshot of all of that was to just look again at federal law, EMTALA, and to just try to track that as closely as we possibly could as to definitions, as to exactly what was required in the way of screening, transfer, discharge, and as to how any penalties would go in the event that the substantive requirements were not complied with. We ask for your adoption of the Judiciary Report.
Any further discussion on the Judiciary Committee report? Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I happen to enjoy our conversation in the Judiciary Committee on Senate Bill 130, wherein we were presented with one strike below amendment, one multi-page amendment, and two other amendments, one of which was one page. So that's four. And what I would like to, for the benefit of all of the millions of people watching on television and for the benefit of those of us here in the chamber who were not privy to that conversation, I would like to ask the bill sponsors to please, in detail, discuss the amendments that they made to this bill.
Senator Weissman. Senatorial 5. All right, is there further discussion on the Judiciary Committee report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Weissman.
Thank you. Members, the appropriation part of the bill just deals with enforcement if there needs to be any. The source of funding is a licensing-related cash fund. That is where the funding would come from for CDPHE to do enforcement should any be necessary. We ask for your approval of the appropriations report.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Weissman.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. As noted, we did do a strike below amendment in committee because the stakeholding, if you want to use that word, was very intense on this bill. We did, as noted, do further amendments on top of the strike below. All of that is now included in the Judiciary Committee report, members, which is the purple paper in your folders, also available on the website. Let's back up. What are we talking about here? For almost 40 years, since 1986, federal law has guaranteed almost universally, because as to any hospital that deals in Medicaid, which is almost all of them, federal law has provided almost universally that if you present to a hospital emergency room with an emergent condition, you have to get basic screening, treatment, stabilization, and then we get to the inquiry of ability to pay. Obviously, going to a hospital emergency room is an expensive proposition, and payment is going to be sorted out however it's going to be sorted out. Private insurance, Medicaid, indigency provisions, all of that kind of stuff. But I think the judgment of the federal law, which again goes to 1986, is in a rich, prosperous, medically advanced country, we shouldn't simply be turning people away or having their conditions deteriorate while we go through the rigmarole that is trying to figure out payment in our medical system. Treat first, primum non nocere, first do no harm, and then we get to the payment questions. So that's federal law, that's what we've all been living under for most of a lot of our lives, or longer than some of us in this room have been on the earth. Again, 1986. Okay, so why do we bring the bill? Because, as we've often talked about down here, frankly, a lot of what we have been used to, legal protections, are going away, either due to regulatory change, lack of enforcement, and so forth. What is happening in the context of this federal law called EMTALA is there were certain enforcement actions. Previously, the current administration has utterly declined to enforce those. We fear that there will be more such declinations to provide for the ongoing vitality of 40-year-old federal law. So 130, as introduced and as modified by the amendments taken in the Judiciary Committee, simply tries to have comparable protections as we have been used to for 40 years in federal law in state law, here in Title 25, which is where we talk about the responsibilities of healthcare facilities. So the reason that we did the complicated amendment posture is frankly because when you look at a 40-year-old federal law, when you look at different generations or iterations of interpretive guidance, some of which had the force of notice and comment rulemaking, some of which didn't, you have a lot of gloss on an old law. And exactly what is it to codify federal law? Well, that turns out to be a little bit more complicated than you might have thought, which led to a lot of meetings, a lot of emails, a lot of drafting, a lot of conversations, a lot of compromising, which brings us to the Judiciary Committee report that would now be the bill as amended by that report. So that's just to kind of set the whole issue up. You sort of see a waterfall of flow in time if you walk through the bill, including the introduced as well as the amended. We set forth a new section in Title 25, Article 3, again, responsibilities of regulated healthcare facilities. I'll just go main section by main section here. We set up threshold requirements in subsection 1. A facility shall provide emergency medical services. Of course, that's a defined term. We go on from there. There is a log, a record-keeping requirement here. We have a non-discrimination statement. We cross-reference CADA, Colorado Anti-Discrimination Act. That's kind of our bedrock law for that. Next one, provider protections. This is important. Facilities shall not penalize or take any adverse action against a healthcare provider for refusing to transfer a patient with an emergency medical condition that's not been stabilized. And again, we have a cross-reference to CADA. This is trying to acknowledge the diversity of opinions of different providers who might be in these emergent contexts. Next, I spoke about the core point, treat first. then we'll talk about payment. That's articulated in section or subsection 5 of the bill. Financial inquiry, it's very simple. A facility shall not delay providing emergency medical services to a person in order to inquire about the person's ability to pay for emergency medical services. Treat first, then we talk about payment. Subsection 6, now I will say that 6 and 7 are probably the core parts of the bill. Appropriate transfer and appropriate discharge. Step 1, you come in, you get screened. What is going on? What is the nature of the emergent condition? Then you might be off-ramped if it is the professional medical judgment. We don't need to do further. We've at least done the screening. That much is required. Okay, that's one outcome. It may be the judgment of this facility, hey, we don't have the specialty, we don't have the equipment, we can't do the right test, we don't have the right kind of professional on call, we might need to transfer you. That protocol, or set of protocols is set forth in sub 6. If you have been treated, not transferred, but treated, and you've been screened, and an emergent condition exists, then we have some limitations on discharge. Because again, the point is to get you stabilized. So section 7 is captioned appropriate discharge, and that sets forth the requirements, somebody having been taken in and screened, what must happen for the well-being of the patient before they can be discharged out. 8 is really important. This is called non-liability. These are, like it sounds, protections against the healthcare establishment or facility that is complying with the requirements of this law here. Under what conditions will there not be financial responsibility? Section 9 relates to 8 that sets forth who is going to do any investigation, should there need to be any, what penalties might be assessed. This part of the bill was the subject of considerable negotiation. Finally, we set forth in subsection 10 the operative definitions throughout the rest of the bill. Sections 2 and 3 are really just conforming amendments. Mr. Chair, now that we are on the bill, I do need to move a technical amendment.
And there is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L009?
Amendment
Senator
L009.
Weissman. Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move L9 to SB 130.
To the amendment.
All right. This is basically a technical cleanup amendment that strikes a section of the bill no longer necessary due to changes made in judiciary. Credit to our eagle-eyed drafter, who should get hazard pay for the process of working on this bill all session, for bringing this to our attention. We ask for your support of L9.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of L009. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that amendment is adopted. Senator Weissman.
All right, so members, that was a quick walkthrough of the guts of the bill. I hope that is responsive to questions that members may have about exactly what went down in the Judiciary Committee. Happy to step back and engage in further discussion. Paul's got a minute.
Further discussion, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thanks to the bill sponsors for bringing this and talking through the details of it. I appreciate very much the intention, or I don't want to impute intentions. The will of the bill, the design of the bill is to make sure that everybody, regardless of circumstance, gets appropriate medical care. Colleagues, you've all had an experience. Quite frankly, my family had an experience. My grandson was admitted to the hospital yesterday afternoon, or yesterday morning, and the experience we have universally as we show up is always the same. And I carry in my pocket the magical paperwork that I need. The first question I always get is, insurance, do you have your insurance card? And so right here with my hunting license, I carry my, if I can dig it out of my wallet, I carry, of course, my insurance card. Then the next thing that I get asked, and this is, I'm not bleeding or broken, this is just, I don't feel well. I need attention. I'm having abdominal cramps or whatever it is beyond my ability to withstand, and therefore I need your emergent medical care. I still have to produce my proof of insurance, which means the hospital, the provider is going to get paid, and then I have to prove I am who I say I am. Inevitably, I'm always required to get that as well. This bill says some people don't have that information. You got to care for them anyway. And that is a challenge, and that is what we're trying to navigate here. I appreciate the fact that there was a strike below, that there have been amendments. As always, I do appreciate the eagle-eyed drafters who catch the technical things as well, but the policy conversations where we're trying to figure out how to get this right, I do not, and I'm not convinced, have landed in the proper space, he says, as he puts all of his paperwork back away that would give him access to medical care. We are, according to 9 News, we have in Colorado a significant, a material increase in uninsured individuals specifically, and this is, I'm reporting back to you what the media has already reported, Venezuela, Colombia, Honduras, and Ecuador. Specifically, the 9 News story calls out those 4 countries and says in Denver, yes, specifically in Denver, the story says, we've had a material increase, a 6% increase year over year from last year of uninsured individuals. And so you can understand why the folks who are required to provide for all of us want to make sure that they can continue to provide for all of us. Hence, the process we all labor through. Each one of us always labors through it when we're seeking medical care to provide assurance that at the end of the day, the care provider, the hospital, will in fact get paid. This bill is one of those moments, and we've had a few of them this session, that puts the thumb on the scale for those who don't have information but still have a human need. I get it, there's a human need, you need to be cared for, but our design, our intention, our will as the General Assembly to say, you get to go ahead of the line, or you get to go to a place other individuals are not allowed to go by virtue of the fact that you are of an undocumented status, does not find balance in my mind and is therefore not appropriate policy. So I appreciate the intentions, the designs. I am truly one of those individuals who says every individual, every human soul is precious and must be cared for, but we need to keep some bounds where we are all receiving appropriate care in an appropriate way from providers that have a legitimate stake in making sure that they will be somehow properly compensated and not have to cost shift the burden onto the backs of other precious human beings in the course of delivering their service. So at the end of the day, I don't believe the policy has found the right place. I think it puts its hand on the scale, its thumb on the scale in a way that is non-beneficial in the long run. I'll be a no vote and urge your no vote on Senate 130, and you have heard, I think, my reasoned causes for that no vote.
Further discussion, Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my thanks to the bill sponsors for indulging me in my request to provide additional detail on the content of the amendments that we saw. I too will be a no vote on this bill, and not because I begrudge health care to anyone. I think health care is incredibly important. And in fact, in this session, we have seen what I would consider an extraordinary number of bills. Maybe it's because I sit on the Health and Human Services Committee, and we see a lot of these. And I'm kind of curious why this one didn't come to that committee, but that's just me being curious. I worry a lot about the pressure that we are putting on our health care providers. I worry a lot about that. My minority leader just spoke about the 6,000% increase in ER patients just here in Denver's emergency rooms. 6,000%. 6,000%. That's crazy. The burden that puts on providers, I don't know how they do it. I think that we have seen through testimony on other bills that it's really hard. Financially, healthcare providers, our hospitals, are struggling. And we've seen hospital after hospital either close their doors, especially in rural Colorado, which we haven't even talked. How does this particular piece of legislation, and perhaps the bill sponsors can put my mind at ease when I think about our rural healthcare providers and those emergency departments in the rural areas of the state where this new set of rules and regulations, and maybe it's not completely new, but every time we pass law here, they have to send it through their compliance department to make sure that they are covering their bases and that they're not going to, in this case, wind up with a $50,000 penalty per violation. $50,000 per violation. I would suspect that they have to be proven negligent, but maybe not. I'm not sure what the litmus test for that actually is. So let's talk about this pressure that our emergency departments are under, our hospitals are under, our healthcare providers are under, and here we are adding yet another brick to their back. I don't know about you, but I have people who sometimes say, I don't know how you do what you do. Being in the state legislature, gosh, that's kind of a wild ride. I think that we say the same thing to our healthcare providers. How do you do what you do? How do you look somebody in the eye and tell them that they're not going to make it, or their loved ones? How do you take some of the most broken people and put them back together? And yet here we are passing legislation that if you slip up, it's another $50,000 per violation. How do they do what they do? I'm not sure. I feel like we would be better off here in this building if we tried to make things easier rather than harder. If we reduced regulation rather than increased it. I feel like that's the path forward, because we have created this spider web of regulation around healthcare and many other industries, but we're just talking about healthcare today, that is impossible to navigate. That's a whole industry in and of itself. What if we simplify things? What if we go the other direction? Maybe that's how we really serve the citizens of the state of Colorado. Maybe that's how our healthcare providers really serve their patients. I ask for a no vote on this bill, members, because this is not the right thing for the citizens of the state of Colorado, and it's definitely not the right thing for healthcare providers in the state either. Thank you.
Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, in this last discussion from the good senator from Castle Rock, made me think about some of the places at home and in my district. Rural hospitals in my district are so very close to the edge that there are some communities that are wondering whether or not these hospitals will stay open. They're telling me that their margins of operations are so small that anything could upset that delicate balance that they've got in the business of running a hospital. We are taking in people who cannot pay. We're giving them the treatment that they need. And the idea that a fine of $50,000 because somebody may have misstroked a pin or clicked the wrong button on a computer seems to put the people that I care about at risk. And that's the people that live in these communities. Hospitals closing is not a real good economic development tool. People are not moving to communities that are closing their hospitals. So we need to be careful about the people that are offering us care out in the rest of the state. I'm not sure what's happening here in the urban corridor that would bring a need for some bills that we've looked at, including this one. It seems like our healthcare providers are out there on the front edge. Their costs continue to rise, we continue to regulate, and the margins get smaller and smaller and smaller. I've been told by one of the hospitals in my district that they had a negative margin last year, which means they did not make any money, that they lost money, and how many years can you do that? I don't think we should be pushing them further and further towards that, because people, they keep track of the number of people who cannot pay. They have the records to say that. Because people ask them in the community, how many people did you deal with that could not pay? To make sure that they're living up to their responsibilities, and they are. This seems to assume that some of them are just moving people out of their hospital. Well, maybe that happens in the urban corridor because you've got a lot more hospitals. But when you're the only hospital within 60 miles, I don't think they boot you out. They do try to take care of you. We, again, are making law for the whole state and end up hurting the people out there that are in the process of trying to offer the best care that they can give. And they're doing it every day. This is the focus in these communities. This piece of legislation seems to me to be loading, piling on, so to speak, that the assumption somebody's doing something wrong is one of the things that bothers me about this bill. I think this is one of those that we should turn down. This is a bill that I see is only going to end up causing more and more problems for the people that are trying to do the good for the people we're trying to help under some of these legislations. So I would ask for a no vote, Senate Bill 130.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the good senators from Douglas County, from Monument, and from Montrose for your comments. I do just want to say that, yeah, there are people in the state of Colorado who cannot afford to pay and who were on Medicaid up until a couple of months ago, weeks ago. I've had family members myself who thought they were signed up, thought that they were enrolled, had no policy, had no job changes, and yet the day before a surgery, the doctor called to inform her, oh, sorry, you're somehow no longer enrolled in Medicaid. Maybe y'all's constituents have received those calls as well. Maybe you, as legislators, have fielded those concerns from your constituents. I will just say two basic points. One, there is a long-standing principle affirmed in the American College of Emergency Physicians Code of Ethics that states, Principle 2, emergency physicians shall respond promptly and expertly without prejudice or partiality to the need for emergency care. And Coloradans overwhelmingly expect this care. We polled Coloradans. 85% of Coloradans think, hey, when you show up to a place that holds itself out to be a place where you can receive emergency care, you ought to be able to get it. That is longstanding federal law since I was, I think, about a year or two old. And yet, the Trump administration's now indication that they will no longer defend against providers to enforce EMTALA in states like Idaho now means that that care is more, that those ethical principles are more important to enshrine into our state law now more than ever, because Colorado law is actually silent. Why? Because we have relied on the long-standing federal principle for decades. And with that now being at risk, here we are. I ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 130 because we all should be able to access the care that we need when we need it most.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It is said, I believe accurately, that culture trumps policy. The way we all behave, the way we perceive things, the way we interact is far more powerful than what the words in the law books say. The culture of healthcare, when it works best, is a culture where the last place you go is the emergency room. It's important that you start out in interaction with, quite frankly, the wizened old individual in your neighborhood, in your community, who has all the best homeopathic remedies. That's a great place to start. And if that doesn't get you there, you may want to check in with your general practitioner, the family physician, we used to call him. I grew up in a small rural town. The Doc Prince, lived across the street. Doc Prince kind of took care of everybody in Mendon, Nebraska. He delivered me when I was born. And that is the next step, where you work with your general practitioner and you try to deal with the things, Tommy hasn't been feeling well. Maria's not doing great. We want to meet with you, Doc, and figure out how to get on a better health track. That's the culture that works best. If you need surgery, at the end of the day, you go to the hospital, and your general practitioner helps you get there. But that culture is being broken right now. The big building with the Red Cross on the side is where you go if you got a medical issue. That's universal, international culture. If you're in crisis and your health's not good, it's the big building with the Red Cross on the side. That is where you go to get your care. The problem is that should not be where you go to get your care if it's a basic, general medical issue. And that is where so many people are now turning to go get their primary care. It's overrunning our ERs. It's overrunning our urgent cares. It's overrunning the ability to keep up. And to toss out a welcome mat that says, and oh, by the way, don't worry about having any documentation when you show up, that will make the problem even worse. It will make.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 130. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and that bill is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 132 until tomorrow, April 23rd.
Motion is to lay over Senate Bill 132 until tomorrow, April 23rd. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. That bill will lay over to tomorrow. Mr. Schaffer, please read the title of Senate Bill 162.
Senate Bill 162 by Senators Cutter and Snyder and Representatives Mabry and Velasco concerning measures to increase railroad safety.
Senator Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 162, the Transportation and Energy Report, and the Appropriations Committee Report.
To the Transportation and Energy Committee Report.
I'm sorry?
To the Transportation and Energy Committee Report.
Not the appropriations?
Transportation and Energy first. Yes.
Transportation.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in Transportation and Energy, we clarified the definition of passenger rail, and we added to the ledge deck that railroads should not face multiple fee structures to support rail safety. We made sure that railroads' existing training provided to first responders is included in the assessment that we're going to do of the hazmat response. And we made it clear that the new fee structure will be implemented by the PUC through the rulemaking process, and we also capped the fee. And so these were just in response to concerns from the rail industry.
Is there any further discussion on the Transportation and Energy Committee report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Transportation and Energy Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we put 3 amendments on in appropriations, and basically, we set it up so that there'll be no general fund or Tabor impact in the 25-26 fiscal year. We also pushed out the collection of the fee to July of 26. This will allow the office the time to right size and get the fee rolling. It's a half year of fees. We won't begin expending those fees until 27, so we should have money in the account, in the fee account, to pay for that. And then finally, HB 241030 appropriated 3 years of funding out of the fixed utility fund to cover the startup costs of about $400,000 a year. Those were already budgeted for and accounted for in the budget. Once the fee is assessed and paid, railroads will stop paying the fee into the fixed utility fund. The office will stop using funds from the fixed utility fund. And there won't be a general fund impact in 26-27 unless the new fee exceeds the $400,000 that's already in the budget. So with that, I'd ask for a yes vote on the Appropriations Committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So last year, the legislature took a big step forward by passing House Bill 241030, and it created the Office of Rail Safety. This was really a historic move and expanded our state's railroad inspection authority and established 2 key advisory committees, the Community Rail Safety Advisory Committee and the Rail Industry Safety Advisory Committee. They've worked tirelessly over the last year to understand the gaps in our rail safety infrastructure, emergency response preparedness, and communication systems. So their work has really been instrumental in shaping the best practices and policy solutions to make Colorado rail systems safer for workers, communities, and our environment. The work of the advisory committees and their recommendations is what you see in the bill that we're presenting today. We all know the risks. Inadequate rail safety oversight has led to derailments, hazard material spills, blocked crossings, and preventable accidents. So the Office of Rail Safety has been tasked with gathering and analyzing rail safety data, tracking key risk factors like train length, wayside detector failures, blocked crossings, all things that we know to be safety issues. This data is really critical. It will provide the foundation for informed decision making. That's really important to us, that the office move forward with actionable data that can shape their moving forward. And create better emergency response and strategic investments in rail and safety improvement. In addition, this bill clarifies that railroads immediately notify the state's watch center and the Office of Rail Safety when an emergency occurs. It empowers rail safety workers, the people on the front line doing the work, to communicate directly with first responders after communicating to dispatch, closing dangerous gaps in the emergency response coordination. These measures are not just about accountability, they're about saving lives. With the passage of this legislation, we're doubling down on our commitment to rail safety, public health, and environmental protections. We must act now to ensure the Office of Rail Safety has the tools it needs to prevent accidents before they happen. The bill, I want to clarify that the bill makes good on our promise to communities across Colorado to fund rail systems, safety systems, in a way that ensures industry pays its fair share. Without this bill and the subsequent fee, we cannot fund the Office of Rail Safety. The fee allows the Office of Rail Safety to provide the service of inspection and safety for the companies and communities. Without this fee, Colorado is relying entirely on under-resourced federal enforcement, which can't address local risks or conduct protective oversight. We've learned that there are currently no FRA motive, power, and equipment inspectors in the state of Colorado. That is a significant gap. There were formerly 2 of these positions in the state. The nearest inspector is in North Platte. The next nearest locations are Omaha, Kansas City, Wichita, and Albuquerque. These inspectors are federal safety inspectors' duties are to inspect railroad locomotives and rolling equipment, rail cars, to ensure the equipment is complying with federal regulations and AAR industry-set safety standards.
Senator Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 162 is a bill that will ensure that Colorado has a well-funded, well-equipped Office of Rail Safety to protect our communities, workers, and the environment. At its core, this bill is about paying for the safety work that must be done. After we created the Office of Rail Safety last year, we had no dedicated funding. It cannot fully operate. Right now, Colorado is one of the few states without a fully funded rail safety program. Over 30 states, including Montana, Idaho, and New Mexico, already have this model in place. It's time for Colorado to step up. The bill creates a rail safety fee paid by the railroads themselves, the entities that directly benefit from safe, well-regulated rail infrastructure. This is not a new burden. It's the industry standard. The fee is based on clear and fair criteria, total train miles traveled, total gross ton miles of freight and cargo, total public crossings. These fees will go directly toward hiring safety inspectors, equipment emergency response teams, and ensuring proper rail maintenance and oversight. Funding of the Office of Rail Safety means ensuring that we have the staffing, vehicles, communication tools, and emergency cleanup capacity needed to prevent disasters before they happen. When a derailment occurs, when hazardous materials spill, or when crossings are blocked for hours, it's the local communities, first responders, taxpayers who pay the price. This bill ensures that the railroad takes responsibility for the funding, the inspections, and state oversight to make their operations safer. The choice is clear. We can either let rail safety remain underfunded and reactive, or we can invest in a proven system that 30 other states have successfully implemented. With this legislation, we're choosing to be proactive and prioritize safety, accountability, and smart infrastructure investments. And as we've seen around the country, one big catastrophic rail failure, it costs a heck of a lot more than the fees, the small fees we're asking the railroads to pay. So I urge my colleagues to support this bill and ensure that the Office of Rail Safety has the funding it needs to do its job.
Seeing no further.
Just run that now.
Yeah,
Are you,
amendments.
is there any?
Okay.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L4?
Amendment L4, amend printed bill,
Senator
page
Snyder.
14.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L004.
It's a proper motion to the amendment. Senator Snyder.
So, folks, this just adds a severability clause into this bill. As you may know, Colorado statutes already has a presumption of severability for bills, but in this case, the fact that we are really working hand in glove with federal requirements, there is perhaps some issues around preemption. So we just want to make it really clear that if that were to happen, any part of this bill were to be found preempted, the rest of the bill could stay in place. So I'd ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L4. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L4 is adopted. Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There is an amendment at the desk.
I move Amendment
Will-
L.
Senator Cutter, one sec. Will the
Sorry.
clerk please read Amendment L6?
Amendment L6, amend the Transportation and Energy Committee
Senator
report
Cutter.
dated.
I move L006 to the T&E Committee report.
That is a proper motion to the amendment.
So this just amends the report. It's a technical cleanup on an amendment flagged by the drafter. Really just words, a couple words. Ask for your support.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L6. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L6 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L7?
Amendment L7, amend printed bill, page
Senator
12.
Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L007.
That is a proper motion to the amendment. Senator Cutter.
This further clarifies that short line railroads, that's Class 2 and 3, are not required to pay the fee by grandfathering in any Class 2 and Class 3 railroads who are utilizing trackage or haulage rights to operate on a line owned by Class 1. The intent of this is to prevent Class 1 railroads from lending their trackage to Class 2 and Class 3 railroads in order to avoid paying the fee. We'd ask for your support.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to the bill sponsors, it was part of the bigger bill as well, but to this amendment, why are we carving out the short line railroads? Are they operating at a much safer level than Class 1 railroads? Just curious about, and this amendment talks to that, about carving out short line railroads.
Senator Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question, Senator. We are regulating passenger and freight railroads here. So short lines, are obviously, by definition, they're shorter, but they only use a little bit of track to go from a manufacturing facility to a depot or what have you. There are some times when they are using some of the general lines, and so we had to carve out that specific exception for the short lines so that they wouldn't be regulated, have to pay the fee under this bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L7. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L7 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L10?
Amendment L10, amend printed bill,
Senator
page 3.
Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L10.
That's a proper motion to the amendment. Senator Cutter.
So it repeals the fund created in last year's bill. That fund was newly created, and only fees from the railroads not submitting their wayside detector reports would be deposited in the fund. So it makes more sense for any penalties for not submitting wayside detector reports go into existing funds. And it directs any fees to the State Highway Fund to be expended by the Transit and Rail Division and maintains the same uses for any money. Safety planning and development during research, planning, design, construction, maintenance, and operation of safety improvements, capital development projects to improve safety, all the same requirements. It's not intended to be used to increase the number of full-time employees in CDOT. It also clarifies a technical fix from 1030 so that members of the Industry Safety Advisory Committee can receive per diem if they're not acting in their official role and may be reimbursed. So that's consistent with Rail Advisory Committee. And we'd ask your aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L10. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L10 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L12?
Amendment L12,
Senator
amend printed
Cutter.
bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L12.
That's a proper motion to the amendment. Senator Cutter.
So this clarifies that communication between a crew member and first responder aligns with federal regulations and the General Code of Operating Rules, which is an operating manual adopted by most railroads west of the Mississippi. It clears up the duties of the Office of Rail Safety to ensure the office has the ability to enforce state and federal law on railroad activity. This is from the AG's office and removes the word regulate at the request of the railroads. And it also adds language that the ORS, the Rail Safety Office, has the ability to determine if certain data is infeasible to collect. And we ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L12. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L12 is adopted. Seeing no further discussion, Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I get that this bill is because of some recommendations from a committee. But I'm a little concerned about the Department of Public Safety and DOT not being involved in the safety part of it and putting it all under DOT. I think DOT's hands are already full, not DOT, PUC. I think their hands are already full. They've got more than enough to do with all this renewable energy stuff that keeps coming down from this building. And to add one more layer onto it just doesn't make any sense. And so with that, Mr. Chair.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L16?
Amendment L16, amend printed bill
Senator
page 6.
Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L16.
To the amendment.
This amendment would restore the authority for DPS and DOT to investigate like they currently are doing and have authority over incidents. So with that, I move for support of L16.
Discussion on the amendment. Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Amendment L16. I feel like removing the Department of Transportation from jurisdiction over this situation is a bit of a move in the wrong direction. My great-grandfather was killed by a train in a car. I cross railroad tracks that are ungated every day, at least twice per day, to get home and get back to work every single day. So many folks are in car versus train accidents at intersections that are at or around my house every year. The two common denominators, the two common facts that are present at every railroad intersection are trains and cars, right? So you have a road and you have a set of railroad tracks. And you have pedestrians, you have folks on bicycles, you have cars, and you have trains. And so removing the Department of Transportation, which is the governing entity over the road, the fact that the cars are there, I think might be a little bit of an oversight. And I really feel like we need to readdress that. We need to keep the Department of Transportation present in oversight of safety of these things. So if where we're headed is safety, I believe that everything that we pass through this body should be the most effective and the most efficient. And I feel like potentially we're losing a bit of that effectiveness when we remove the Department of Transportation from oversight from this. So I rise in support of L16.
Further discussion? Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to speak in favor of Amendment L016 offered by my colleague from Cheyenne Wells. So I think one thing I'd like to touch on here is federal preemption, which really raises the question of whether we need additional layers of regulation. Again, you know, we got state regulation, we got federal regulation, we're adding more rules, we're adding fees and costs here that are going to ultimately end up with the consumer paying more. And I'll just talk a little about the Federal Railways Safety Act. And that establishes federal preemption largely today through the Department of Transportation and issues of Federal Railroad Safety, Federal Railroad Administration exercising its authority over federal railroad safety matters through regulation or other means covering a specific subject of railroad safety. States cannot impose additional or different requirements, even if well-intentioned. The Federal Railway Safety Act has already exercised its authority through record-keeping, reporting, or other requirements over the same subject matters as sought by Senate Bill 162, including accident reporting, train length, wheel axle count, train configuration, blocked crossings, car and locomotive maintenance, track maintenance, signal maintenance, and crossing maintenance. And federal courts have upheld the application of the Federal Railroad Safety Act and the preemption issue. Now, Railroad Safety Act does not prohibit Colorado from performing authorized inspection activities in coordination with the Federal Railway Administration, but the existence of the federal requirements means that Colorado is prohibited from introducing new or different reporting requirements on the railroads. SB 162 introduces sweeping and administratively burdensome reporting requirements on railroads that are more stringent or go beyond that which is required under the Federal Railway Act. So I would, again, support this amendment. I think we're adding a whole new system here through the Public Utilities Commission, and I think what we have in place is adequate. This is going to add more regulations and fees, so I will support Amendment L016.
Further discussion on the amendment, Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, if this bill will work, we need to look at this for our highway system. We have a huge, huge problem out in my district with unsafe roadways. Let's get the PUC involved in everything, so, but I don't think that's what we should do. So with that, I renew my support, ask for a yes vote on 016.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to clarify that the PUC already oversees crossings, so that's already a part of their regular duties. And also, the advisory committees that you heard were both industry and workers. You know, they were broad committees. They both decided that PUC was the correct authority. So this has been a process. And also, the FRA already granted the state authority to do this, just like they do in the majority of other states around the country. There's nothing in this bill that's preempted, and we've worked hard for the last several months to ensure that. 30 other states, so we'll remind you, 30 other states have offices of rail safety set up in a similar fashion. So I would ask you to reject this amendment.
Senator Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just recently, I think my colleague pointed out, we lost the 2 inspectors who had Colorado, were charged with covering Colorado. We're not sure, but it looks like they bought one of the federal buyouts. And, you know, CDOT, as you mentioned, is already way behind and understaffed and underfunded. So I'm not sure we want to keep them, but I would love to take you up on your offer to create something similar in the highway space, because it's desperately needed. But we would ask for a no on this amendment, please.
Further discussion on L16. Seeing none, the motion before us is a division has been requested. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is for the adoption of Amendment L016. All those in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. L016 is lost. Further discussion on the bill. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to talk about the fee a little bit in this bill. When we were talking about this in the committee, one of the things that I brought up to the people that that were testifying for this bill is that safety is 50% the business and 50% the employees who work there. If you want to make sure that you're doing safe work and working on a safe job site or rail safety, you want to make sure that you are doing stuff safely as well. So you want to make sure you have 50% of the employee's responsibility to have safe working space or working job site, and you need to make sure that the business is 50% the same way. So having this fee just being paid by one side, I don't think is fair when it comes to administrating the fee. So I have an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L022?
Amendment L022, amend printed bill, page 13, before line 9, insert 4. The commission
Senator
shall.
Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L022.
To the amendment.
Thank you. What this amendment says is that the annual fee will be paid for by the railroad and by the unions representing the railroad employees. So you got 50% the railroad, 50% by the unions that represent the employees, to make sure that if we're talking about who's responsible for safety on the rail system, the system is not going to be safe unless the employees are safe as well. So we want to make sure that the Office of Rail Safety is paid for and funded by two entities that have responsibility on what is safe and working safely. So we want to make sure that both are responsible for safety, not just the railroad companies, but also the employees. Just like any job site, when you have that, you have to work safely to protect your fellow employees, and the business needs to be safe as well. It's no different than how OSHA does stuff. It's no different. I feel like that if you're going to have skin in the game, you should have skin in the game on both sides, not just the business.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you. Did the good senator from Sterling just suggest that employees pay for their own safety? I'm shocked by that. These are multi-billion-dollar corporations, and I would strenuously object to the suggestion that employees pay for a safe work environment, and I would ask for a no vote.
Senator Pelton.
With the amount of dues that are collected by the union, that's multi-million dollars. So I just want to say that, I mean, when you are working on a job site, you are making sure that you are acting safely, just like the businesses should be acting safely. There needs to be skin in the game. It's no different than working on any other job site in the state. 50% should be brought by the employees, 50% should be brought by the business. It's not an unreasonable ask to pay for the Office of Rail Safety to make sure that everybody has skin in the game.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I was, I thought I was hearing the same that the Senator from Sterling was hearing, but that's not what I heard when I was in there. The leaders and the executives from the rail industry said that there was nobody in the country that did more and was more behind keeping their workers safe than the rail industry themselves. And that they would do everything in their power to keep their employees safe. And they did that each and every day that those men and women got on those trains and worked around those trains to keep them safe. They also told us that this was a fee that they were paying in the other 30 states where there's already one of these organizations put together. It is the cost of doing business. The cost of doing business for multi-billion-dollar corporations. They're doing just fine. And they are keeping their employees safe because, in their own words, they work on it and do it every single day. So I am against this amendment. It's certainly not what I heard when I was listening to the about 15 different people who testified in the bill when we heard it in committee.
Further discussion on L022? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L022. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Further discussion on the bill? Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, members, I'm here to talk about this one, this bill again. We don't come down here quite this often. I was in that committee hearing, and I heard a number of the same things, I would imagine. But one of the things that I want to try and do is my sense of fair play seems to be bothered. I think what we ought to do is we ought to do something about just drop the fee and let it be paid for by the state. I have an amendment here, Mr. Chair.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L17?
Amendment L17, amend printed bill page 12.
Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Amendment L017 to Senate Bill 162.
To the amendment.
Thank you, sir. This amendment would eliminate the annual railroad fee that is intended to cover the cost of implementing the bill. Under this bill, various classes of railroads would be subjected to a burdensome fee to cover the Office of Rail Safety and the PUC's direct and indirect costs of implementing the legislation. Even worse, the Colorado railroads are not even offered a seat at the table when it comes to developing a methodology for the fee calculation. We should be working to bolster transportation efficiency within Colorado, not straitjacket critical industries with costly fees and regulatory red tape. I would ask for a yes vote on Amendment 1017.
Discussion on the amendment. Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, members, I rise in support of Amendment L017. This is actually a really important amendment. First of all, it shortens the bill, which is always a good thing. I think that, having fewer pages in those red books is a happy thing for me anyway. But I just want to talk about this whole rail safety fee that is on page 12, if you wanted to follow along. On page 12 of the bill, starting at line 6, the bill says, "The following types of railroads shall pay an annual fee to cover the Office of Rail Safety's and the commission direct and indirect costs of implementing the requirements of this Article 20. So you have the railroads paying the fees. We just had an amendment that kind of tried to split that up between employees and the railroads. Great amendment. Too bad that didn't pass. But be that as it may, that's what the bill says. And I do believe that we saw this this particular section amended by the bill sponsors earlier to talk about short-line railroads. But so there's a list of the railroads that would have to pay the fee. But this is the part that really kicks me, is that the commission shall determine a methodology for calculating the annual fee described in subsection 1A of this section by rule for each railroad type described in subsection 1A, blah, 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 blah. So what we have here in the bill is those who are benefiting from the fees are determining the fees with virtually no real oversight. And so that's why I rise in support of L017. I think that this is a really important amendment. We need to have checks and balances when it comes to these fees. The pages that are being struck by this amendment are all about the fees and who consults with who, the state treasurer gets involved. It's a fairly complex process, and I would argue a gross growth of state government, or a net, or gross. Depends on how you look at it. Anyway, so I rise in support of this amendment. I ask for your aye vote on L17.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair, I rise in support of Amendment L17. I feel like placing the burden 100% on the entity that's being regulated is a little bit of a misdirection. I feel like there needs to be some cost sharing here amongst the other entities that are involved, including the regulatory agency, which would be the state of Colorado. And I feel like it's appropriate to really address who's looking for this and source those funds from the right place. So I rise in support of L17 to restructure how the fees are collected with regard to this oversight.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, the bill obviously would create cost, and so the cost is to be carried by the railroads, and the railroads, of course, would have to pass on that cost to their customers. But it's not a kind fee. It's pretty aggressive. Railroad, this is right from the bill itself, and what is proposed in L17 to be removed, says the railroad, subject to the fee described, and shall pay the fee to the commission in quarterly installments. But if the railroad does not pay the fee before a quarterly deadline described in this section, then the commission shall charge the railroad a penalty of 10% of the installment due plus interest at the rate of 1% per month on the amount of the unpaid installment until it's paid in full. But upon failure, refusal, or neglect of any railroad to pay the fee or any interest or penalty, the Attorney General shall commence an action on behalf of the state to collect the amount due. So this comes with all the teeth of the state government to not only implement the fee, impose the fee, but to put the Attorney General behind collecting the fee, interest, and so on. So it seems like very aggressive, and so that's why I really support this L17 that would remove that section.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to support this amendment. When we look at the fiscal note here, it indicates that we're looking at 3 railroads, estimated fee, $434,482. So that's 1.3 million. So basically, as my colleague from Woodland Park indicated, we're creating a new regulatory structure that's going to cost X amount of dollars, and then we're going to impose it on the entities that are being regulated. Ultimately, these type of fees or costs are going to be passed on in the form of additional, cost of transportation, transporting products, transporting goods. I also have an issue with how much, input at the Public Utilities Commission we're going to be able to have for the public, for the railroads. Are they just simply going to impose this fee? Whatever the cost of the program is, that's what's going to be the fee going forward, apparently. So I think we need to put some checks on this. This particular amendment would strike that fee. It's a cost of government, and I support Amendment L017.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to clarify that the PUC doesn't benefit from this fee. The people of Colorado benefit from this fee. And I'm confused. I think that they're suggesting that this is a state, my colleagues are suggesting that this is a state-funded office. No, okay, well, at any rate, there's a fundamental difference of opinion here because I think it's perfectly reasonable to require industry to participate, to make sure that their business operations are conducted in a safe manner. So I have no issue with assessing a fee to do that, which again, really is a drop in the bucket. I mean, we can look for some statistics for you. It is such a tiny, tiny part of their profits that I think this is a really reasonable thing to ask. And again, the people of Colorado benefit from this.
Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, members, you've heard some good arguments for this amendment. But before we go to the vote, I'd like to just say that, let's strike the fees from the bill completely. And that way we can ensure that Colorado railroads are not forced to finance their own harassment by the state of Colorado. This is a good amendment. Please vote yes.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I rise also in support of Amendment L017. We're just talking about this fee, but it's not as if the railroads don't pay their fair share. They already pay, I'm sure, numerous other fees that are not mentioned in this bill. They pay taxes. They employ thousands of people here in Colorado, which they further pay income taxes and property taxes, and Lord knows. So, as been stated before, all they're going to do is, unfortunately, pass this fee along to their customers. So, and quite frankly, at some point in time, there are other methods of transportation besides the railroads. You've got trucking companies, you have airlines. They have to compete against the other types of transportation. So I think adding more and more fees is counterproductive, and I would urge my colleagues, and I vote on Amendment L017. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is seeking to strike Section 5 entirely from the bill. It guts the bill. And just doing a quick research, one of the leading railroads posted a pre-tax earnings increase of 0.5% to $6.64 billion. Our bill replaces the fees. They won't be double feed. They'll stop paying the fees they're paying currently. This will be the only fee they'll be paying into. There's a hard cap on the total fees. So we put some good guardrails in here already, but this absolutely would gut the bill. We would ask for a no vote on L17. Thank you.
Senator Catlin. Is there any further discussion on L017? Seeing none, a division has been requested. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is for the adoption of Amendment L017. All those in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. L017 is lost. Further discussion on the bill? Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, colleagues. Wanted to talk a little bit about Senate Bill 162. We did hear this in Transportation Committee, I don't know, a month or more ago, probably. And it, for me, reminds me of the conversation last year when we created the Office of Rail Safety and the need and the necessity for it. And I was going to highlight testimony from legal counsel from one of the railroads that was offered in the committee meeting. The core legal problem is that the bill seeks to regulate railroads in ways that Congress has reserved only for the federal government. There are two federal agencies, the Surface Transportation Board and the Federal Railroad Administration, that already extensively regulate the rail industry. The STB's governing statute explicitly says that its jurisdiction over transportation by rail carriers is exclusive. And the FRA's governing statute reserves for the federal government the power to regulate every area of railroad safety and mandates that rail safety regulation be nationally uniform. The extensive federal regulatory scheme managed by the STB and the FRA already addresses virtually every conceivable aspect of how trains are permitted to operate in the state of Colorado. In addition, while SB 162 purports to give Colorado's PUC authority to inspect, investigate, and regulate railroad activity for purposes of compliance with the PUC's own regulations, existing federal law governing incident reporting and investigation preempts these proposed PUC activities. Setting aside our preemption concerns, which is ironic, there was an amendment to offer up preemption concerns adopted earlier this morning. Setting aside our preemption concerns, BNSF's, that's who the attorney was representing, safety performance is strong. While we know our work on safety is never done, 2023 was the safest year in our company's 175-year history. And last year, BNSF, for the 9th year in a row, led the industry with a reportable train accident rate that was 40% better than other Class 1s. BNSF is on the cutting edge of technological advances in safety place. For example, BNSF has developed on its own resolve an automated track inspection program that has resulted in significantly fewer track defects across our system. Ultimately, BNSF does not believe that safety regulation at the state level is either necessary or permitted under well-established preemption law, and any regulation in this space would be duplicative of federal efforts. We support the PUC's right to participate in the FRA's state participation program under CFR 212, but the railroads should not bear the cost of that program. We've had that debate already. So when I think about tying this into the language in the bill and a bit of duplicative efforts in this space, Section 4 of the bill is entitled Office of Rail Safety, Agreement with Federal Railroad Administration, Duties of Commission, Information Gathering and Reporting. That Section 4 goes through, highlight things that the new Office of Rail Safety is tasked with doing. The Office of Rail Safety shall collect and analyze data to create a more comprehensive understanding of rail safety. The Office of Rail Safety should work to compile existing data already collected by the Federal Railroad Administration and compile additional data on covered railroads and facilities, including the average train length and data on trains over 8,500 feet in length. I'm trying to think about what average train lengths are. I suspect the industry has a definition for that, but I was just trying to process that in my head, thinking about a train coming from Kansas is X length. Maybe it stops in Denver and it gets reconfigured, and then it stops in Pueblo potentially and gets reconfigured. Just trying to understand what an average train length is. Train configuration, train wheel axle count. Again, it's not, one train doesn't come in here and just stay the same train from entry into Colorado to exit. Wayside detector information, including information required in wayside detector reporting pursuant to legislation we passed last year. Blocked public crossing locations by United States Department of Transportation inventory number. Again, it's already being captured. Number, the duration of blockage and reason for blockage. And maintenance activity, including, this is what caught my attention. I spent an abundance of my time working in the coal mining industry on large equipment, in maintenance in particular. Car and locomotive maintenance, including how often a defect is identified. I'm trying to think about what constitutes a defect. A dent in the sidecar, a hopper door that's, the cylinder is leaking, or a sliding door on a freight car. What is actually going to be constituted as a defect? And that it seems like this is going to be overwhelming, tracking how often a defect is identified, the type of it, the corrective action recommended, and then the corrective action taken, and when corrective action is necessary, was taken. Track maintenance, signal equipment maintenance, crossing equipment maintenance. The point I'm trying to get to is an abundance of this information is already readily available, and what's not is really a burden and cumbersome to the industry, more and more regulation. So with that in mind, I have an amendment to offer.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L020?
Amendment L020, amend printed bill,
Senator
page 7.
Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L020 to Senate Bill 162.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the sponsors. Appreciate the time and conversation and interesting policy conversations we have about this, the Office of Rail Safety. The amendment really is an effort to replace or remove from the bill that kind of duplicative effort of gathering more and more and more information above and beyond what's already required in federal statute. So it basically strikes, it strikes line 17 through line 17 on page 7 to line 17 on page 8, and reduces that, again, repetitive nature of gathering yet more and more and more information. And with that, I ask for support of Amendment L020.
Further discussion on this amendment? Senator Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the good senator from Alamosa. And this is all about the data collection, and you make a very good point. A lot of this data is already collected by the federal government. The problem is we're not privy to it. We don't have access to that data. So we worked really hard with the railroad companies and some of the other stakeholders to make sure we got this language right. So whatever this is already included, required of the federal government, now they'll be asked to share that with us. So it shouldn't be an additional burden on the work that they're doing if they're already producing most of this information. But we need, this data is crucial for us to realize where exactly the state of railroad tracks and facilities and crossings are in Colorado and where to target our efforts. It will help us to identify what areas are lagging and need extra attention. So I would urge a no on this amendment, please.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also want to point out that in 2023, the Federal Railroad Administration recorded, this 2023, 742 incident reports for train derailments. In 2024, the number was 193. That's nearly 3 derailments per day. And so I would contend that there's room for improvement. And I wonder if the automated track inspection did anything to stop the fatal train derailment in Pueblo. So I would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Further discussion on this amendment? The motion before us is the adoption of L020. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Further discussion on the bill? Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here to talk about another amendment that possibly will help some of the folks on their thoughts here. What we're trying to do here is, prior to the development of the annual fee calculation, this amendment would require PUC to consult with at least 5 Colorado railroads prior to establishment of a fee rate. And I have an amendment here that will do that, Mr. Chair.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L18?
Amendment L18, amend printed bill, page 13.
Senator Catlin.
Thank you. I'd like to move Amendment L018 to Senate Bill 162.
To the amendment.
What this would do is that the commission shall consult with and solicit comment from at least 5 railroads, Colorado railroads, during the rulemaking process to establish the fee calculation methodology and yearly calculation of the fee pursuant to this subsection 1. If we are going to charge the railroads and finance all of these regulations, industry stakeholders should at least be offered a seat at the table. This amendment will allow state regulators to receive substantive feedback from these Colorado railroads, ensuring that annual fee schedules do not unnecessarily burden this critical industry. We in the state are looking like we're going to depend more and more on railroads, and if we are, we should be more of a partner rather than a regulator. I'd ask for a yes vote on Senate Amendment 018.
Any further discussion on this amendment? Seeing Senator Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have provisions in the bill that make sure that they're working with the affected railroads and make sure that the fees are in line with the work that we're doing. It's really, it's well-intentioned, but totally unnecessary. We would ask for a no vote.
Further discussion on the amendment? Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in great support of Amendment L018. I was up speaking about this whole fee business earlier because I think it's poorly conceived in many respects, but that's just my opinion. But I think that if we're going to be imposing fees, it's really important to have multiple entities at the table having this conversation about the fee calculation methodology and what this actually looks like. To put the fee calculation in the hands of the very entity that benefits from it is, I'm just going to say, sketchy. I don't know, things happen. Anyway, is that like a formal legislative term, sketchy? It is now. I don't know. Well, we can write a statute that says sketchy. Anywho, I really feel like this is a great amendment. It's a good middle ground between what we had discussed previously around just like not having the fees at all and having fees and having some other input rather than just the commission deciding what those look like. So members, I ask for your aye vote on L018. I feel this is a good amendment, it's a serious amendment, and it's one that invites the type of collaboration that we seek from government. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on L018? Seeing none, the motion. Senator Cutter.
I just want to be clear, we're asking for a no vote. Thank you.
Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of L018. Division has been requested. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is for the adoption of Amendment L018. All those in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. The amendment is lost. Further discussion on the bill? Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, you know, when I was reading this bill and I thought, oh gosh, the Public Utilities Commission, if y'all have ever listened to any of their hearings, I can tell you that the manipulation of the PUC's statutory appointment guardrails is exactly why consolidated authority within the commission is a terrible idea. With its current makeup, it is clear that their ideological persuasions of the PUC are openly hostile to any industry that is not aligned with the agenda of the Colorado climate activists. And for that, I have an amendment. There you go.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L019?
Amendment L019, amend printed bill,
Senator
page
Rich.
6.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, this amendment will remove a liability exemption for the PUC when investigating Colorado railroads. As I said, the PUC has long expressed a hostility to Colorado transportation industries that are reliant on fossil fuels. As a partisan echo chamber, it is not unfair to assume that if the PUC gains sole investigative authority over certain Colorado railroads, its implicit biases will inevitably harm the railroad industry as a whole. For this reason, lawmakers should not assume that the PUC will regulate Colorado railroads through an objective lens. They haven't so many times. This amendment would ensure that if the PUC does act in bad faith, this institution would be held accountable for its actions. I ask for an aye vote, or I move L019 to Senate Bill 162 and ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion, Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Amendment L019. I really don't feel like it's appropriate to grant immunity to an organization like the Public Utilities Commission. We know that there will be mistakes. We know that there needs to be incentive to avoid mistakes. We want to see a clean job done here, and I feel like when folks are operating with immunity, they tend to not take due diligence in the efforts they're going for, and so I really feel that that would provide an incentive to do the best job possible protecting the citizens of Colorado, again, making it the most effective and the most efficient policy out there. So I rise in support of L19, would encourage an aye vote as well. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Senator Rich. The motion is the adoption of L19. A division has been requested. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of L19 to Senate Bill 162. All those in favor, please stand and remain standing to be counted. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. L19 is lost. Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. To the bill, 162. You'd have to search to find a more clear description, definition, explanation, set piece for the difference in philosophies between this caucus that believes in innovation, that believes in free markets, that believes in a better, brighter tomorrow, and the caucus that wants everything to be safe by the hand of government. Who owns the rails? Well, the railroad companies. Who owns the trains that run on the rails? Well, the railroad companies. Who pays the benefits for the individuals who work for the railroad companies? The railroad companies. And who pays a bigger burden if those individuals are injured or hurt? Well, of course, the railroad companies. Who suffers a negative consequence if the rails are not safe, if they're not properly inspected, if there's an incident or an accident or a delay? Why, the railroad company. All of the incentives to do it right and avoid the problems are manifest in the free market, in the incentives, in the deployment of capital, the creation of jobs, the completion of supply chain that gives us all the lives we like to live with the goods that we depend upon or want to make our lives more comfortable. What organization consistently disappoints you from a customer service standpoint? Think the Department of Motor Vehicles. Stand in line. Wait. Maybe get it right. Oh, sorry. You don't have the right piece of paper. Go home, get the right piece of paper, come back and stand in line again because we won't let you cut the line. That's the sort of thing private enterprises do. We're the government. We want you to stand in line as many times as we possibly can. This bill says the people with all the right incentives, all the right motivations, and quite frankly, all the right engineers, and I'm not talking woo-woo engineers, I'm talking math and science wizards who have created sensors, the sort of sensors that are moving us into a time when vehicles are driving themselves safely on the street. Those engineers work for the railroads. They don't work for the PUC. What's the PUC do? Well, they shuffle paper. Here. Oh, and here's another piece. And by the way, you need a Form 354-5/202 as well. And you can't do it online because our computers are broke this week. This bill is a perfect example of excessive overregulation, wrong-headed thinking, and a desire for shared misery instead of a more beneficial, bountiful, and beautiful future. I urge your opposition to Senate Bill 162 for freedom. After all, we live in the free state of Colorado.
The motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 162. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 162 is adopted. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read the title to House Bill 1294?
House Bill 1294 by Representatives Jackson and Joseph and Senator Exum and Gonzalez concerning extending the elimination of certain monetary amounts a juvenile in the justice system was required to pay prior to the enactment of the House Bill 211315.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move House Bill 1294 and ask for an aye vote.
Any discussion on House Bill 1294? Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. House Bill 1294, brought to us by the good Senators Exum and Gonzalez, is concerning extending the elimination of certain monetary amounts in the juvenile justice system. It's a bill certainly worthy of greater conversation, but I am not prepared to make a lot of comments in the meantime. But we have apparently had a lot of conversation in committee. Perhaps we might want to reconsider some of that conversation.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We did have some conversation, not a lot actually, in committee. This was one of those quieter bills. This bill had been significantly amended in the House, and so our re-engrossed version was literally only a page, which I know our good bill sponsor from Denver was especially proud of. Exactly. So, members, this bill really, it really, at this point, does away with fees, costs, or charges in juvenile delinquency cases when that juvenile has been charged or adjudicated of crime. And so this bill prohibits the state from assessing or collecting any administrative fees, costs, or charges assessed against a juvenile who's under 18 years old. And that's kind of what it does. It creates, in my opinion, kind of a special class. I understand that a lot of times juveniles are not able to easily pay the piper when they have committed a crime, and that creates hardship. However, I actually kind of come from the school of hard knocks myself, and I think sometimes it's important to understand the ramifications of when you've erred. And so I really believe that this bill is, while good, really well-intentioned, I feel like we need to have a little bit more teeth in our judicial system, and those costs, fees, charges that are assessed by courts are one way to do that. Further, one of the things that we've seen over time is the erosion of, a lot of times those cost fees, those are used to pay for things. It's just not money that goes into thin air. Those dollars are, sometimes they go to victims assistance, sometimes they go to actually running the court system, which is really important, I think. And so really what we need to see happen is let's keep doing what we're doing. I don't think that this bill is going to solve anything as again, well-intentioned as it is, but it might further deplete kind of an already burdened system. One thing that I was interested in about the fiscal note was that there's really no negative negative part of the note. So, for example, you would think that there might be some part of the note that indicates that the state might be actually losing revenue, but that's not actually included in the fiscal note for whatever reason. I'd certainly like to take that up with the fiscal analyst, since that's not true with one of my bills. So anyway, I ask for a no vote, and we've got, I believe, some amendments coming just because we would like to see this legislation get better. Thank you.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the good senator from Castle Rock for the question. I want to dig in a little bit, actually, to the point that was just raised, asking questions about the fiscal note, because what what House Bill 1294 seeks to do is to actually maintain the elimination of fees charged to juveniles that we passed in 2021 under House Bill 1315. I was also a prime sponsor of that bill, and so between committee and here on the floor, I actually went and dug up some of the information that was from that original underlying 1315 from 4 years ago. So first and foremost, the courts, after doing an analysis of which jurisdictions actually charge young people most aggressively, turns out it's not Denver, turns out it's not El Paso County, it is rural judicial districts that charge young people aggressively. Per case in the 13th Judicial District, Logan County, prior to 2021's 1315, children were charged an average of $1,482 in fees per case. The 6th Judicial District, the 9th Judicial District, the 22nd Judicial District waived fewer than 20% of the fees assessed to children prior to the bill that was enacted in 2021. You know why we actually enacted the repeal of the fees? Because it turns out that when we investigated those costs, the judicial districts, the courts themselves, were spending 75 cents on every dollar on trying to collect these fees. The courts were like, you know what? It would be real beneficial for all of us to not have to collect these fees and instead ensure that the dollars that are spent, the dollars that are collected by young people when they have caused harm, that those dollars go directly to the restitution, to make victims whole. So if a young person breaks a window, knocks over a mailbox, why spend a bunch of time trying to ensure that the juvenile themselves is collecting on court fees and costs instead of actually going and replacing that window, instead of actually going and replacing that mailbox? That's what the bill is about. That's what apparently there are questions about. There was just discussion about, oh, well, you know, there ought to be a school of hard knocks. Let's make sure that these young people are held to account. Absolutely. Let's make sure that dollars are going back to making victims whole as opposed to 75% of every dollar, 75 cents of every dollar that the court was spending to try to get these fees collected from young people. Guess what? In a fight between a court and a victim, I'd rather make sure that the victims are made whole. There was a technical amendment. I will admit, I would love to have been able to just introduce the clean version of the bill that you now see reflected before us. It is a bit of a point of pride that this bill is but one line long, because that's the cleanest way to ensure that the intent was that this removal of fees be perpetual. I would have loved for that to have been the introduced version. It was a little complicated in the House. Yes, I agree. But the bill, as it stands before us now, is clear-cut, about as clear-cut as it can get, to say, let's not charge children for the cost of court fees. But let's hold them to account and make sure that they're paying actual restitution. You know who's actually in support of this bill? A rare occurrence, the judicial branch. Because they say, guess what? If we have to go back to the status quo prior to 2021, and these fees don't get collected, you know what we then find ourselves in the positions of having to do? Wage garnishments for 16-year-olds. It's not a great way. You know what that then creates? Cyclical, can't get out of the washing machine effect of the criminal legal system. We have seen that that we can balance accountability and fairness. And so, yeah, y'all want to have some amendments about this? Y'all want to bring some, let's start charging young people again? Or can we agree that the courts and that our children should be focused on making the victims whole? I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, members, I guess I come from, obviously a different generation than what occurs today with the, not sure, Generation X, Y, or Z. But in my day, and a lot of people's day, when a young person, and I was there too myself, when we did do something that brought the heavy hand of justice down on us, number one, if we did do something, we had to answer for it to our parents. And unfortunately, a lot of young people today, juveniles, they don't have parents, a good family structure that they can answer to. And I can appreciate what the good senator from Northwest Denver is saying, is that a 14 or 15 or 16-year-old may not have the financial resources to pay for the fine, and you might end up spending more time trying to collect a restitution of $500 or $1,000 than it's worth. But with that being said, there should still be something that can be brought to the attention of the juvenile that the good senator said, well, you turned over a mailbox or you broke a window. Well, sometimes that's not always the case. They did more than just something that was very petty, that they did steal something, or they did something that brought law enforcement into it. And while they can't pay the fine, that there can be another way that they can pay for it. And so with that in mind, I do have an amendment in mind. Here you go.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will Mr. Schaffler please read L006?
Amendment L006. Read.
Did you recognize me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Senator Liston, you are
Okay, I'm
recognized.
sorry. Yeah, well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Amendment L006 to House Bill 1294.
So moved to the amendment.
Very good. Members, what this amendment simply does is it doesn't require that that a young person, a juvenile, has to pay financial restitution, but they should do some sort of community service. That is not asking too much of anybody, especially for a young person, where they can go out, okay, you don't have to pay the fine of $800 or $1,000 or wherever it may be, but you have to do some form of community service. And it will let the judge decide what is appropriate. You got to do 10 or 20 hours of community service, which means you might have to pick up trash, you might have to go and help paint some sort of a public building. You know, there's all different types of appropriate community service. It is not going to hurt them. In fact, it's going to help them to say, look, young lady or young man, you've erred. We're not going to, this time, there's not going to be any financial restitution, and it really isn't punishment, but you are going to have to go out and do some reasonable form of community service that it might take up couple 3 weekends, you know, a Saturday. You don't have to do it all at once, but we're going to assess you 20 hours of community service. So that's all it does. Amendment L006 just requires that you do a little bit of community service in lieu of the court fees. I can't think of anything that would be more reasonable than that. I would ask an aye vote on Amendment L006.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm all about rehabilitation. I'm all about ensuring that that there are opportunities for young people to learn from the harm that they have caused, that they may have caused, whether that's intentionally or unintentionally. I'm all about that. And so I'd like to just start off by welcoming the good senator from Colorado Springs, to the world of, you know, being a transformational criminal justice reformer. New ones born every day. However, what I will say is that a juvenile who is not subject to the requirements of this section, therefore would not meet the title under this bill. And so as much as I'd like to set up greater opportunities for community service or rehabilitation, this actually does not fall under the title of House Bill 1294. And so regretfully, I'm going to ask for a title ruling, as much as I'd love to advance transformative criminal justice reform. So with that, request a title ruling.
A title ruling has been requested. The Senate will stand in Senate Bill 5. Upon consideration, the decision is that the amendment L006 does not fall within the title of House Bill 1294. L006 is therefore is title ruled out of order. Mr. Minori there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm not certain whether there are other efforts to improve upon this. I will echo back to a comment that I made earlier, and I think this is a bill that speaks it loudly, and that is culture trumps policy. What we've got here is an extension of a law. In 21, a bill was passed. It was bipartisan in nature. So this is actually a policy conversation about the culture in which we live. It's not a partisan conversation. In fact, you heard in the response to the prior amendment, 006, from the bill sponsors, yeah, wow, that does sound like a good idea. A juvenile who has found themselves afoul of the law, in fact, being required to participate in some sort of rehabilitative behaviors that would also benefit the community, that speaks to, you know, the engagement that we all, I believe, want to and need to have a sounder society. What my concerns and arguments with the bill of extending this prohibition or elimination of court fees being assessed on juveniles, and it's not just the juveniles, it's also, you know, their guardians, their family. That's the way kind of it worked in my world. If I ran afoul of the teacher, thankfully I never ran afoul of the law, but if I ran afoul of a teacher or an instructor or a coach, the feedback I got from the teacher or the instructor or the coach was undoubtedly challenging. They leveled me with their words, but that was nothing compared to the leveling I got when I got home. My parents were heavily engaged in trying to keep me on the straight and narrow, so to speak. So this bill not only extends the prohibition on assessing the fee against the juvenile, but it extends the prohibition on assessing the family, and therefore disconnecting the family in a meaningful way from that young individual's corrective behavior and corrective paths. So I voted against 1315. I was one of those who said, yeah, it's a bridge too far for me, although I did have very thoughtful colleagues on the other side, on my side of the aisle, on the other side of that decision. I find this bill, 1294, as I found its predecessor bill, 1315 in 2021, to be a bridge too far and something that I did not think was beneficial to society, or quite frankly, beneficial to the individuals that we are seeking to put on a path to corrective behavior. So I stand in opposition to 1294 and call out the fact that it's not partisan in nature, but it's just good policy that we're trying to develop here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm going to piggyback off of what my minority leader was just talking about, is that, you know, we all make mistakes, especially when you're young and your brain's still developing and you're figuring it out, and you think that you're made of Teflon or Kevlar or whatever, and you make stupid mistakes. You make mistakes with your body. You make mistakes through your actions. And, you know, I always looked at my job as a parent as being that of teaching my children to make good decisions, because knowing that they weren't always going to make good decisions, but we could hopefully, as time progressed, they would learn to make good decisions or better decisions, and maybe that would actually save their lives one day. But anyway, but that's me, my parenting theory. And I also believed in holding holding my own children very much accountable. And that was, they were held accountable by lots of folks. They were lucky to have a great support system. But not everybody has that, right? Not everybody does. And I think that that's in part what this bill is about. It's about second chances. And when it comes to financial matters, at any rate. So with that, members, I have an amendment.
There's an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read L009?
Amendment L009, amend regross bill, page 2, line.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L009 to House Bill 1294.
So moved. To the amendment.
Thank you. So members, this, we talked, I believe, in the previous amendment that was offered that perhaps did not fit under the bill title. This, I believe, does, actually. So this amendment requires that any revenue generated from court costs that are not waived be directed towards victim assistance programs. We talk a lot in this building about victims assistance programs. We've created various vehicles for funding victims assistance programs. Somehow it is never enough, and I believe that in my heart, that it is never enough. Those who have suffered through the actions of others deserve our compassion and assistance. So this amendment ensures that those revenues from court costs are funneled directly into programs that assist victims. It addresses what is still a critical funding gap in Colorado's support for them. This amendment reflects a commitment to protect those who have suffered from crimes, and I believe that this hopefully aligns with our commitment to law and order in the state of Colorado. This focus on victim support not only aids in healing, but it strengthens community safety by getting victims the resources that they need. So, members, that's my little amendment. I ask for your aye vote on Amendment L009.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Amendment L009. Let's be real. When a juvenile has an issue with the law, ends up in court, and there are associated costs with that, who's paying that bill? It's probably parents, probably relatives. And so who really are we waiving this from? It's from those folks around them that have the ability to pay. And let's create a victim assistance channel for helping those organizations out that aid in that critical work. I believe we should not completely waive this, but redirect those funds into a more constructive source rather than just waiving it altogether. Waiving it doesn't provide any lesson or any, doesn't cover the cost. All debts are paid either by the debtor or the creditor. And so we waive this. Who's the creditor in this situation? Well, the people of Colorado are. And so I feel like we should keep that in place, and we should direct those funds to a victim assistance fund. And I encourage an aye vote on L009.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, this is a very appropriate cause and effect, common sense amendment to have the effect of fees, court-assessed fees, go for restitution to the victims of the crime, if there was a victim, and their families. That makes a lot of sense. That sounds like justice to me. And why shouldn't the families or the victims be compensated for the crime if there's going to be payment made by the juvenile or their family or their custodial parents and so on? Then why wouldn't it go to the victims? That makes a lot of sense to me. So, yeah, for all those obvious and common sense reasons, I support and recommend an aye vote on L009.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the intent of L9, genuinely. The impact of, if we were to adopt L9, what would happen is that the revenue generated, and I'm reading here from L9, line 6, any revenue generated from court-ordered or court-assessed costs collected from juveniles must be used for assistance programs for victims and their families. How would that transfer of funds from one account to the next take place, A? B, there is actually a restitution victim surcharge that is assessed, that back in 2021, when this bill was initially being crafted, we were very thoughtful about ensuring that, again, those victims' surcharges were prioritized. It actually, in so doing, instead of making sure the court got paid first, it made sure that victims got paid first. If this amendment were to come back onto the books, come back into the statute, it would further complicate the monies that are collected by the courts. And let me just remind y'all, there was a member of the former member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, a guy who happened to walk around with a big coffee cup that said, world's okayest cop. The good sheriff from Weld County. No one would have accused him of being soft on crime, but he was a supporter of the original 21-13-15. So too were a whole host of national organizations, quite conservative organizations, in fact, because recognizing that making sure that victims are prioritized as opposed to courts was important. And so, I ask for a no vote on L9.
Motion is the adoption of L9 to House Bill 1294. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. L9 is lost. Senator Beasley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in this nice, tight, small bill that intends to relieve convicted folks of the financial impacts that are caused eventually by the result of their actions. Certain actions, certain crimes, certainly seem to step up to a more of a response and recognition than others. So I'd like to suggest an amendment to the bill.
There is An amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read L7?
Amendment L7, amend re-engross bill, page 2, strike 3, and substitute 3, and add 4, page 2, after line 5, insert 4. This section does not apply to a juvenile that is adjudicated as a violent juvenile offender or aggravated juvenile offender as described in section 19-2.5-1125.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move L007 to House Bill 1294.
So moved. Tell us about L007.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what this does is it makes an exception to the relief of costs to those who have been convicted of a violent or aggravated offense. So some of these offenses are serious offenses, some even violent crimes, and significant theft. So should be met with appropriate repercussions. So maintaining the ability to assess the court costs for these more serious cases reinforces the idea to the offender that such actions can have consequences, and perhaps even severe consequences for a severe act that was a criminal act. So additionally, addressing the theft more stringently can help deter potential criminals, contributing to a safer community in Colorado. So this amendment supports the principle of accountability and discourages criminal behavior. So it's one thing to have relief from fees for a minor offense, but for violent offenses or for some heavy theft offenses, I don't believe that they should be off the hook. They should be the ones covering the costs. So I ask for an aye vote on L007 to 1294.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Perhaps I was remiss in not having requested a title ruling on the previous amendment, because I'm going to request a title ruling on this one as well.
Title ruling has been requested. The Senate will stand in a senatorial 5. The chair rules that the amendment does not fit under the title. Further discussions on Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the concerns that I have with this bill is the relief is not appropriately targeted in my view. And I think it's crucial that assistance is targeted specifically toward low-income families. They're the ones who face the greatest financial hardship. And if we're going to help people give relief, let's base it on income. Waiving fees for wealthier families doesn't seem justified, especially when they have the means to manage those costs, both the families and the individuals. I mean, we're talking about folks 18, 21 years old. They come from a wealthy background. Why are we giving them this type of relief? Let's remember part of this system, this justice system we have, is about accountability, and waiving the fees of wealthier individuals or wealthier families doesn't make a lot of sense. I think the focus should be on supporting those who truly need help, ensuring that limited resources are allocated where they can make the most impact, and by prioritizing assistance for low-income households. I'm going to have an amendment now at the desk on this issue.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffel, will you please read L5?
Amendment L5, amend Ring Gross Bill, page 2, line 3, strike 3.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Amendment L005 to our bill here today on court costs to juveniles.
So moved. Please describe L5.
Yep, Amendment 005. So as I was speaking there, this amendment waives court fees solely for juveniles from families that fall below the federal poverty level. That's the way it's structured. If you're going to give relief like this, again, why would you provide it to wealthy individuals, wealthy families? We need to prioritize this type of assistance. I think it's particularly important that folks who have the means to pay the fees, the cost that the whole system is assessing, if they come from a wealthier background, if they have the wealth themselves, they should pay the fee. And let's keep this bill focused on the juveniles that are struggling the most and require the most assistance. So that's what this amendment does, L005. It targets it to families that fall below the federal poverty line.
Minority Leader Lundy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Amendment L005. This amendment brings into focus so many issues. It brings into focus this issue of we're the state of Colorado, one size fits all, the state must be the state, and everything in the state must be the same. This amendment acknowledges, well, one size doesn't fit all. In my neighborhood, I live out in that evil suburban sprawl, 2.5-acre lots, and the mailboxes are all at the end of a 150-foot to 150-yard driveway. It's a long way from the house to the end of the drive, and the mailbox is down there at the end of the drive. Well, a few years ago, a couple of kids from my neighborhood decided they would play baseball with the mailboxes. And they drove around the community smashing the mailboxes. Well, I know the kids were doing it. They ultimately were brought to justice. They ultimately paid restitution. They ultimately helped solve the problem. But they could afford to pay whatever court fees might have been coming their way. And this amendment simply says one size doesn't fit all. If we're trying to help a young individual who doesn't have familial support, and wage garnishment might be a real meaningful difficulty for them, well, then let's do that and find some other way to help that child grow into adulthood in a positive way with our community and support of the people of Colorado. But if it's a child that, quite frankly, just needs to get metaphorically swatted on the nose, has all the ability to pay their own way to solve the problem, and they should, let's acknowledge that as well. This amendment simply says one size doesn't fit all. Not all people's financial circumstances are the same. Those who need a hand up, let's make sure they get it. Those who don't need a handout, well, let's not give them something they don't need. I think this is a logical amendment, a beneficial amendment, an amendment that fits squarely under the title of the bill.
Senator Frizzell first, and then I saw Senator Carson. And we'll go actually to the sponsor following Senator Frizzell, so Senator Carson will be able to respond right after that.
I can yield.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I just wanted to make a couple of comments to follow up there on the minority leader's comments. You know, this amendment is really based, embedded in our whole system of everything from taxes to government benefits. I mean, why do we have a progressive tax system? Because we feel that the wealthy can pay more. Some folks are able to fall under certain levels of taxation, and they may be at the poverty level. Other government benefits are same principle with government benefits, is we exempt folks at lower income levels from taxation, but we provide certain government relief and certain benefits to lower income individuals. So I think this amendment fits very well into that overall philosophy of government. If we're going to give this kind of relief, let's restrict it to the lower income families and lower income individuals, and this cuts it off right there at the federal poverty line. So I would ask for support of our amendment L005.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Request a title ruling.
Title ruling has been requested. The Senate will stand and stand for L5. It is the determination of the chair that L005 does fit under the title of House Bill 1294, Senator Gonzalez.
Already, as it stands, 4 out of 5 children in the juvenile justice system are indigent and qualify for a public defender. The determination to qualify for a defender, actually following a Supreme Court decision, Gideon v. Wainwright, which ensured the fundamental right to an attorney for people who are too poor to afford one. That determination, I believe the last time I checked, was actually 125% of the poverty line. So if we were to adopt this amendment today, we would say, sorry, you are poor enough to get a lawyer, but too poor to be able to not have to pay for the cost of being in the court. Doesn't make sense. Flies in the face of everything that we know about ensuring fairness and accountability for young people and not setting them up at, remember, we can charge young children as young as 10 years old, setting them up for a lifetime of debt. Again, the also, so anyway, there's also a drafting error within L5. Whose should be W-H-O-S-E and not W-H-O''S. I ask for a no vote.
Senator Carson was next, and Senator Frizzell.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm pleased that we're able to continue discussing this amendment because I think it's an important topic. When we're talking about relieving folks from what I think is, all part of an accountability system, simply saying that those who have the financial means, those who are wealthy above the federal poverty level, that they ought to continue to have to pay these fees to account for the offenses, to show some responsibility and accountability. I don't know, I don't really understand why we would say to, a juvenile up to 21, you might be quite wealthy, or you might come from a family that's quite wealthy, but hey, guess what? You don't have to pay any of these fees. That doesn't make any sense to me. I think, the average voter would say, well, if we want to give relief in this area, let's give it to folks who really have that need, not the folks who have the wealth and the means to pay the fee. So with that, I will continue to ask for support to Amendment L005.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, here's the thing, and the good senator from Highlands Ranch, I think, was very clear that there are folks out there who don't need to have their fees paid. They don't. And I would contend that not only there are folks out there who don't need to have their fees paid, but there are folks out there, and I would count myself amongst those, that don't want their fees paid. Because, there are a lot of opportunities growing up. I like to think of learning experiences as opportunities. And when my kids messed up, it was an opportunity for them to learn a lesson, to change, to do things differently. They could carry that information forward with them, I hope. I don't want the state to decide for me who's going to pay my kids' fee if they mess up, because I view it as an opportunity, because maybe they need to take that opportunity to go get a job so they can pay for their fees. They can pay for what they've done wrong. It's really not, in my opinion, the position of the state to decide how children are going to learn lessons. That's really a parental thing. Again, my opinion. But I think that this bill actually removes some of that control from parents who, one, maybe can afford it, maybe not. But it's truly a parenting philosophy that, and that's why I love this amendment, because those who really can't afford it, they're taken care of. But the ones who maybe can or want to help their kids learn something from this experience, that's an option too. But the bill as it stands today takes that option completely off the table for parents, and that's not right. So, with that, I asked for your aye vote on L005. This is, folks, it's actually, this is a serious amendment. I think that this is an important amendment that differentiates those who really have issues paying the fees and need that hand up versus those who are perfectly capable and they don't.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I once again make the plea that we focus the relief in this bill to folks who might have the greatest need. So looking up since the place we cut this off at the federal poverty level came up, what are those numbers? So for the 48 contiguous states, it's for one person, it's $15,650. For a family of four, it's $32,150. If you've got a larger family, maybe 7 people, $48,650. But whatever the size of the family, that seems like a reasonable level. I mean, we could propose double the federal poverty level if we wanted to go higher. But certainly the principle here is that the folks who can afford to pay these fees and be accountable, coming from wealthier families, should be required to go ahead and do that. I would presume that part of the justification for this law, these bills, is that we want want to give some relief to folks, but if they have the means to make the payment and be accountable, seems perfectly justifiable to me. So I would ask for an aye vote on Amendment L005. Thank you.
The motion is the adoption of L005 to House Bill 1294. All those. A division has been requested. The motion, or there, a division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption to L5 to House Bill 1294. All those in favor, please stand and remain standing. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing. The chair is not in doubt. L005 is lost. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 1294. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1294 is adopted. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read the title to House Bill 1136?
House Bill 1136 by Representatives Clifford and Bacon and Senator Snyder concerning matters related to peace officers.
Senator Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1136 and the Judiciary Committee report.
To the Judiciary Committee report.
Thank you. Well, we did take one amendment in Judiciary. That was L011. And it was a technical fix. It fixed that the issues regarding the process when an officer retires or resigns while under investigation, so we cleared that up. And we had language that made it consistent with the rest of the legislation. That's really all we did in Judiciary, and I would ask for an aye vote on the Judiciary Committee report.
The motion is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee reports to House Bill 1136. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Judiciary Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Frizzell. Oh, wait, there is an amendment. It's at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read L012?
Amendment L12, amend re-engrossed bill, page 5, after line 26, insert 2, if a law enforcement
Senator
agency...
Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay. So this L12 amendment does two things. It ensures that the Post Board does not become the custodian of all law enforcement records across the state. It's supported by us and the chiefs of police, by the Attorney General's office and the chiefs of police. You want to talk the second?
That sounds great. Would you like to move the amendment?
No, go ahead.
Okay. The second thing it does is it ensures that an officer has full due process for any decision made by the post if they retire before the investigation is completed. Post will allow for a full appeal, so
Sounds
their
even more
license is
wonderful.
not pulled based upon incomplete information. It's supported by the Attorney General's office and the FOP. And I move L012.
Excellent. We have had a description. Any further discussion on L012? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L012. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. To the bill, Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just as a bit of background, back in 2020, Senate Bill 2217 established this database at Post that is used to track peace officers that were found untruthful, peace officers who failed to meet training requirements, were decertified or terminated for cause. And then there was additional legislation in 2021 that expanded the database to include credibility disclosure notifications and officers who resigned under investigation and some other stuff. So this peace officer conduct database has been in existence for a number of years. And it's really important. So this particular bill was one of two bills that came out of the stakeholder process in the law enforcement working group. And this group met all through the interim, and we saw a piece of legislation just come through here around whistleblowers. So everything that we heard about this was really, this stakeholder process was extensive, impressive, and many, many people at the table, chiefs, sheriffs, DAs, the FOP, community groups, employment lawyers, all sorts of folks. And so what the other bill, other than the whistleblower bill that came out of that, was this legislation around the peace officer conduct database. Because one of the problems that has been, that came to be with this database is that there was really no due process for peace officers. If they were placed on into the database erroneously or improperly, they had very little due process to get themselves off of it. And so that's what this bill does. It gives the peace officers due process to remove their name, to appeal, and it sets forth a process that's very clear. I got onto this bill because my sheriff supports it. And that was important to me. Candidly, you know, if some peace officers don't feel like this goes far enough, but this was the legislation that was agreed on by all parties in the stakeholder process.
Senator Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to bring you back up to speed, they met this law enforcement working group, met all interim, all summer and fall. They came up with 4 bill ideas. One was a whistleblower bill that went into its own. The other 2 were not quite ready for prime time. This is the other bill that came out of that law enforcement working group. Well stakeholdered, has protections for the officers as well as the departments, and puts this information into a centralized database, so we would ask for an aye vote.
The motion is the adoption of House Bill 1136. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1136 is adopted. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read the title to House Bill 1244?
House Bill 1244 by Representative Velasco and Garcia and Senator Cutter concerning requiring community-based organizations that are recipients of the statewide Welcome, Reception, and Integration Grant Program to prioritize migrants who have arrived in the United States within the past 3 years.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 25-1244.
To the bill.
So, this bill is this bill is really simple. It updates the eligibility requirements of a Welcome, Reception, and Integration Grant Program that we created last year. The eligibility requirements right now limit them to people who have arrived within 1 year, and our arrival numbers have dramatically decreased over the last year. So it'll allow the program to prioritize services to families who have arrived in the U.S. within the past 3 years. And it does not appropriate any new funds. It's just putting different parameters around how they're dispersed. So pretty simple. Ask for your support.
The motion is the adoption of House Bill 1244. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1244 is adopted. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read the title to House Bill 1245?
House Bill 1245 by Representatives Leader and Hamrick and Senators Kipp and Danielson concerning HVAC infrastructure improvement projects in schools.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1245.
To the bill. Senator Kipp.
Thank you. I don't know if any of you have been in a school recently, but unfortunately in Colorado, we are very limited on how we fund our public school infrastructure, and having things like air in our schools, like air conditioning or HVAC systems, is a really big deal. So basically what this bill does is it gives our school districts a pathway to access existing state and federal funds, and we ask for an aye vote.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to my colleague for her work on this measure. Yep, this is about making sure that kids have heat, air conditioning, and clean air in their classrooms so that they can learn, so the educators can teach. And it also helps make sure that the construction is sound and high-quality craftsmanship. So I ask for an aye vote for all those reasons. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1245? Seeing none, House Bill 1245 is adopted. I apologize. All those in favor, say aye. All those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. You know, let's just crank through it. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 25-1226.
House Bill 1226 by Representatives Johnson and Pascal and Senators Bright and Mullica concerning tasking the Statewide Healthcare Review Committee with studying healthcare billing practices during the 2025 interim.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that Senate Bill 1226 be referred to the Appropriations Committee and ask for an aye vote. What are we on? 1226? 1226. Why did you?
Apparently there is discussion. Are we good?
Yeah, and ask for an aye vote.
The motion is to refer HB 1226 back to appropriations. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 25-1023.
House Bill 1023 by Representatives Martinez and Bacon and Senator Gonzalez and Simpson concerning local government review of certain fencing projects.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1023 and the Ag and Natural Resources Committee report.
To the Agriculture and Natural Resources Committee report. Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We made one amendment in the committee to exclude solar projects since they'd have to go through scrutiny at the Land Use Office already.
The question is the adoption of the Agricultural and Natural Resources Committee report. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 1023 has to do with really a very specific part of my district, the Sangre de Cristo land grant, which largely encompasses exclusively Costilla County. An abundance of rich history. Got to talk about this in committee, was very proud to do that. Thinking about, the oldest city in Colorado is in Costilla County. The very first adjudicated decreed water right is in Costilla County as well, on the People's Ditch on Culebra Creek. Just an abundance of rich history there. And my community really came forward and asked for some help. And the bill is about construction of, I would characterize as a bit out of the ordinary type of fencing projects. We're talking about 8-foot fences about limiting the movement of game and in some instances keeping buffalo in their place where they're intended to be. The bill is very permissive and sets out a series of guidelines for consideration for the county commissioners in the counties that are impacted. And again, this is just Costilla County, but sets out a permissive set of standards for construction of fences over 5 feet tall. So your typical 5-strand barbed wire fence wouldn't be included in this. Those are historically about 4 foot tall. And again, some engagement from Colorado Parks and Wildlife and what fences like that should look like, and then put that outlines in the bill about what county commissioners should consider if they so desire to do this. So it was really important to my community. I toured the parts of impacted community last summer. and really was more than happy to step up and join Senator Gonzalez and the good senator from Denver and a couple of representatives, one Matt Martinez from the Valley, to really help lift up my community in Costilla County in particular. So with that, I would encourage an aye vote on House Bill 1023.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1023. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1023 is adopted. Mr. Software, will you please read the title of House Bill 1236?
House Bill 1236 by Representatives Lindsay and Zakai and Senators Weissman and Judah concerning the screening of a prospective residential tenant by a landlord.
Senator. Senator Judah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, we're here to talk, hopefully briefly, about House Bill 1236, which proposes critical reforms to policy that is intended to help tenants save money when they are seeking housing by allowing them the opportunity to recycle a recent tenant screening report like a background check. This bill, with the amendments, I want to be very clear, with the amendments that we brought in committee, does not change anything in terms of what a landlord can consider under RAFA. It just aligns portable tenant screening reports with RAFA so that subsidized tenants can access portable reports. We want to be very, very clear about what this bill does and does not do, and I will allow my co-prime to do that.
Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move 1236 and the committee report from local government and housing.
To the committee report.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, as alluded to, we took a pretty substantial amendment in committee that, relative to the re-engrossed, did three things. We struck basically an entire section or section of a section of a bill that had become the point of some discussion with the housing lobby. We reverted to existing law in terms of the amount of time for which a portable screening report is valid. Existing law is 30 days. The re-engrossed, in other words, the version coming to us from the House, proposed to move that to 60. We agreed to move it back to 30. Finally, we kicked out the effective date from the standard petition clause language to a date certain of January 1, 2026. So there will be even more time for impacted parties to make plans for the new law should this become a new law. With all of that said, what is left is, frankly, members, pretty modest. We are striking the requirement from existing law that a portable report be made available via a web portal because, frankly, experience has shown that's not what the market is doing. We're building here in part on a bill that I was actually part of 2 years ago, HB 23-1099, with a representative who's no longer a member of this body. We tried to draft that legislation in terms of what products and offerings we thought were out there in the market at that point. We've continued to hear from tenants trying to access those that they're having a hard time doing it. So frankly, we're trying to conform that part of the law to what's happening out there in the world with how portable reports actually go. That is the nature of the language being struck by Roman II within, I guess specifically 1.5 Roman II within section 904. So understanding that there's going to be some discussion, I'm really going to encourage members to have a look at the pre-amended version if you haven't done so already, because that is effectively what we're talking about here. And I think fine to talk about that, but probably not efficient to talk about things we already just took out of the bill. So with that, we ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just in case you don't know, Colorado is the 8th most unaffordable state for housing, and we have done nothing in the past 7 years I've been here to change that. On this committee report, I have an amendment. I move to amend the committee report. Pardon? Okay, all right.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Local Government and Housing Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. We are now to the bill. Any further discussion on the bill? Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L015?
Amendment L015, amend the Local Government and Housing Committee
Senator
report.
Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. L015, I move L015 to House Bill 25-1236.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment removes credit score from the list of information that would not be required to be provided in a portable tenant screening report concerning a prospective tenant who is seeking to rent with the assistance of a housing subsidy. A credit score is a number typically between 300 and 850 that estimates how likely you are to repay a loan and make the payments on time. The government should not be regulating when and where credit scores can be utilized. Tenants with poor credit scores are more likely to default on rent payments. By requiring a credit score, landlords can screen out high-risk tenants, which ultimately ensures that rent is paid on time. Additionally, maintaining a credit score requirement for landlords encourages renters to practice responsible financial behavior, promote personal responsibility, and individual accountability. As I said before, we are the 8th most unaffordable state in the country. And when you do things like this, you just make rents more and more expensive. And you're not helping the very people that you think that you're trying to help. So I urge an aye vote on L015.
Senator Weissman.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Members, just to anchor us in the text, the part of the bill we're talking about reads as follows. We have a general statement, and then we have semicolon, except that credit history report, credit score, or adverse credit event not required to be included in a portable tenant screening report concerning a prospective tenant who is seeking to rent with the assistance of a housing subsidy. So we are not talking market-wide. We are talking only about that subset of tenants. We're making this change here because RAFA, which is shorthand for the Affordable Rental Housing, Part 9 of Landlord-Tenant Code, needs to conform with existing law. I believe the statement was just made. We shouldn't be sort of saying where credit scores can and can't be used. Existing law as to tenants renting with subsidies, in fact, already effectively says so. So we're trying to conform to that. And sorry, Rental Application Fairness Act is what I mean when I may be referring to up here as RAFA. So for those reasons, I'm asking for a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of L015. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Senatorial 5. Is there any further discussion on L015? Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was in committee and heard this bill. And
Sorry, Senator Rich, we're still on L015. Is there any further discussion on the amendment?
excuse me, I thought we just voted on that.
No. Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L015. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No! The noes have it. That amendment is lost. Senator Rich.
I guess we just keep voting until we get what we want. I heard this bill in committee, And I realize that, you know, we continue to try to help people, but we did hear a lot of opposition in the committee as well as support. And it just seems to me that we keep doing the same thing over and over again, and we're not getting better results. So I have an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L016?
Amendment L016, amend the Local Government and Housing Committee report.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is about reining in government regulations. It removes adverse credit event from the list of information that would not be required to be provided in a portable tenant screening report concerning a prospective tenant who is seeking to rent with the assistance of a housing subsidy. I ask for an aye vote. Well, I'll move it first. I move L016 and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Similar response as to the prior amendment. We are talking about the limited context where a tenant is seeking to rent with the assistance of a housing subsidy. We are not laying down requirements here that are rental housing economy wide. The reason that some of this language is in the bill is to conform RAFA to existing law that wraps around the context of tenants with housing subsidies. As a reminder, language has already been struck by adoption of the committee report that spoke to what can and can't actually be considered by a landlord. This is essentially definitional in nature. Since we brought up how committee discussion went, there were a handful of folks who testified opposed, and there were certainly some who testified in support. With these amendments, we believe that we have brought to a neutral position the Apartment Association, which I know is influential in these matters.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand that we're trying to make these portable reports more accessible, but I worry a lot about this. In the past 2 years now, 3, that I've been part of the General Assembly, I've seen countless, I have counted them at different times and I've lost count again, of bills that are based on tenants' rights and completely disregard the rights of property owners, also known as the Simon Legree landlords, because apparently they're all bad. It gets really frustrating because I feel that we have an industry whose business it is to house. That's what they're here for. Their business is to house people. And we have done everything we can in this General Assembly to make it a higher risk proposition to conduct their business than elsewhere in the country. Maybe not everywhere, because we don't have rent control at this point, statewide. But I think it's just really, really important to understand and think about, let's think about the risk that we are building into the business of housing people. Because it does matter. One of my good colleagues from Mesa County just talked about that. We are under the auspices of making housable more accessible. We are actually making it more expensive because we are introducing risk into this industry. And I think that appropriate credit reporting matters. I think that that's something that is a fair ask. So, members, I stand in support of this amendment. It's a reasonable and good amendment. Because including adverse credit events from the list of information that they can't provide takes a piece of information, and I don't care if you are a subsidized housing provider or a non-subsidized housing provider or a low-income housing provider. I mean, there's just like many different layers to this. It's fair for the housing provider to understand the capability of those that they're renting to be able to pay their rent. Because we have also, over the last couple of years, made it very, very, very difficult to remove people who are not paying their rent or not following the rules of the road when it comes to leasing property. We have made it harder and harder and harder, again, introducing more and more and more risk. From an economic standpoint, when you introduce risk, especially in real estate, you introduce an increase in housing prices. That's the way the market works. Maybe that's been my experience. That has been what I have been taught. I don't think that wishing it away makes it different. And there's a reason why the Apartment Association and other housing providers actually come to these hearings and testify, because they repeatedly say, hey, this is going to be hard for us. This is not going to work for us. This is introducing risks. This is raising prices ultimately. We need to listen to them because they're not lying. This is real. Let's not make it hard. Let's not make it hard for people to do business. Let's not make it hard for people to house other people, for businesses to house. Let's not make this hard. Let's provide actual, meaningful relief. I say yes to this amendment, which is a very small step in the right direction with this bill. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of L016. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No! The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. To the bill, Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I sort of heard this bill too the other day, though I left early. But I really feel for the apartment owners, especially. We heard testimony from the so-called mom and pop owners. You know, these are a husband and wife or an individual that owns, you know, a duplex or a fourplex or a small apartment complex of 6 or 8 or 10 units, which is possible, but it's over the last 2 to 4 years or longer, slightly longer, you know, it's become increasingly more and more difficult for the mom and pop owners. In fact, I really feel for them. I don't even know why they would even want to be in the apartment business anymore. It's very difficult. They've got their net worth on the line and then some, because a lot of times they've got a mortgage, and they're trying to do the right thing. And most landlords, especially your mom and pop, they're good landlords. They're doing their utmost to obey the law, and at the same time balance, fair rent tenants, and who wouldn't want to check out their tenants on their financial side, because an eviction process doesn't benefit anyone, but for an eviction process that takes anywhere for upwards of 4 months, and you've got mortgage payments and utilities and insurance to pay for, you can be out many thousands of dollars if someone isn't paying their rent. Landlords, they're doing their best to, screen their tenants. In this bill, it's being told that they have to have a portable screening report. So with that in mind, I do have an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk.
I'm sorry.
Will the clerk please read L17?
Amendment L17, amend the re-engrossed bill, page 3, line 5, strike and
Senator
repeal.
Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move Amendment L017 to House Bill 1236.
To the amendment.
Very good. Members, what this does is it defines adverse credit event as a late payment or a charge-off. What the total impact of this really ultimately protects the taxpayers. This amendment attempts to narrow the scope of an adverse credit event to only late bill payments or charge-offs, which leaves other factors that could be considered an adverse credit event, such as delinquent debt and the presence of bankruptcy. Delinquent debt and the presence of bankruptcy are two factors that should not be ignored when evaluating a tenant's ability to pay their rent on time. Landlords, too, are our constituents. They're taxpayers. They deserve our consideration as well and our representation. Ensuring that a landlord's livelihood will not be jeopardized due to a government-enforced edict on every adverse credit event. So this is a good, fair amendment, and I urge an aye vote on Amendment L017.
Senator Weissman.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Respectfully, this amendment is neither good nor fair. We deal with security deposits elsewhere in landlord-tenant law. The point of the bill is not to get into those at all. This amendment basically guts the bill. It even guts the framework of a portable report that the bill is trying to amend. The whole point is to make it just incrementally easier for renters, who are, by the way, all of our constituents wherever we live and represent in the state, to just find a place to live and pay rent accordingly. You pile this 2 months on, and now we're looking at some tenants having to put forth the equivalent of 4 months' rent under some circumstances, which is easily many, many thousands of dollars. I'm honestly pretty shocked anybody would put that forth as an idea in the Colorado Senate. So I'm asking for a no vote on 17.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of L017. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no? No! The noes have that one, and the amendment is lost. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are you sure the noes have that? I'm not
It was
positive
close. It was
myself.
close.
My hearing is killing me now. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, it seems like to me all these amendments are being run that everything is for the tenant and nothing is for the landlord, the person who has the most at risk. And once again, I do emphasize that it's that most landlords are happy to work with the tenants. All they want is somebody who is going to be able to pay their rent and do it on time and be a good tenant. And so they want to be able to check them out from time to time. So with that in mind, Mr. Chair, I do have another amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L18?
Amendment L18, amend the local
Senator
government.
Liston,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move Amendment L018
to the amendment.
to House Bill 1236. Well, basically, what this amendment does is give the option to the tenant to not provide a credit history report, a credit score, or an adverse credit event in a portable tenant screening report, but upon the landlord's acceptance of this application, lacking that information, the tenant will provide a deposit equal to 2 months' rent in addition to the other types of deposits that are required. This will give the tenant, this is a good amendment, the tenants will still have a choice. They can go through, they can present their credit history to the landlords, but the requirement ensures that the landlords are not unfairly restricted in their ability to assess the tenants based on this important information. It ensures that those who are financially responsible are giving fair consideration while mitigating the risk of accepting tenants with unresolved financial issues. The additional deposit can be considered a safeguard for the landlords because they know that they've got a couple months' rent and they're not going to be renting to somebody who probably can't come through on their rent. So with that, I ask for an aye vote on Amendment L018. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Weissman.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. You know, I actually do believe that most landlords want to work with tenants, and I believe that most landlords are good landlords. In this domain, as in most domains down here, we do find ourselves making policy for, unfortunately, the minority of cases, which nonetheless can be harmful to folks. So let's watch what we say in the well in terms of characterizing the motives or beliefs of other members of the chamber as to anybody about whom policy is being made. That said, I am going to ask for a no vote on 18 because this undoes what we negotiated and agreed to and adopted in committee and was in the committee report. We agreed to simply entirely remove the language that is in the middle of page 3 of the re-engrossed, not to amend it one way or the other. So in the spirit of sticking to a deal that we made, we're asking for a no vote on 18.
Any further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of L018. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. That amendment is lost. Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, in looking through this, this bill, there is one item that I think bears reconsidering, and that is the credit history report that would be removed from, would not be available, made, or under consideration for the tenant. So I would like to introduce an amendment 14.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L14?
Amendment L14, amend the Local Government and Housing Committee report dated April 17, 2025, page 1, strike line 2, and substitute credit score or an adverse credit.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move L014 to House Bill 1236.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this amendment removes the credit history report from the list of information that would not be required to be provided in a portable tenant screening report concerning a prospective tenant who is seeking to rent with the assistance of housing subsidies. So reducing the mandates on the information collected by landlords during screening processes ensures that landlords have the necessary tools to assess the financial reliability of potential tenants. So this is crucial for protecting the landlord's investments and minimizing the risk of financial losses due to the tenants who may be unwilling or unable to meet their rental obligations. A credit history report is one of the most objective, standardized methods for evaluating a tenant's financial behavior. Requiring this report ensures that tenants are held accountable for their financial history and protects landlords from making decisions based on incomplete information that could result in higher incidents of missed rent payments and property damage. We need the tenants, we need the landlords to be healthy so that they can provide housing to the folk that need it. And to be clear, this would amend the committee report. It would leave in a credit score or an adverse credit event. It would remove credit history report. And I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Weissman?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Members, this is sort of the third variation on a theme. Again, as a reminder, we're trying to catch up this part of our landlord-tenant code with existing requirements in law, federal law that wraps around the question of housing support. For example, working through a public housing agency in our state in terms of what may or may not be demanded of a tenant using that subsidy. Putting forth a report, we're asking for a no vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L014. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No! The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Any further discussion on the bill? Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, again, I just want to tell you why I'm a no on this bill. As I said before, the National Law Income Housing Coalition has ranked Colorado 8th in the most unaffordable state in the country, and we have done nothing to improve that ranking. I believe that House Bill 25-1236 is unfair and inequitable. It only looks out for the renters, and the very people that want to rent are not going to be able to, because the landlords are going to be faced with higher insurance rates. They are not going to take this risk without knowing whether a tenant is can actually make that rental payment. And I think this bill completely disregards the rights of landlords, and I would ask for a no vote on House Bill 25-1236.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1236. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1236 is adopted. Senator Cutter. Senatorial 5. Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes still have that one. The committee will rise and report. You didn't want to rise and report?
No, man, I want to stay here.
Keep doing that.
Keep doing that. And you're supposed to be the president of the Senate. Senate will come to order. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and has had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
April 22nd, 2025. Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 130 as amended, Senate Bill 162 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1294, House Bill 1136 as amended, House Bill 1244, House Bill 1245, House Bill 1023 as amended, House Bill 1236 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Concurrent Resolution 002, Senate Bill 132, laid over until April 23rd, 2025, and retaining their place in the calendar. House Bill 1226, referred to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for adoption of the report.
The motion is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Committee of the Whole report there is a no vote. I didn't see you. I'm so sorry. Please add Senator Rich as a no vote on the Committee of the Whole report. Also, Senator Baisley. Also, Senator Liston. Also, Senator Frizzell. Going once. For real? Senator Pelton R. Anybody else want to be a no vote on the Committee of the Whole report? Wow. Mr. Minority Leader. Anybody want to see if Senator Carson is? All right. Senator Catlin, are you a no on the Committee of the Whole report? Okay, Senator Catlin. Anyone else? All right. With a vote of 28 ayes, 7 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 130 is amended. Senate Bill 162 is amended. Passed second reading, order of gross place counter for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1294, 1136 is amended. 1244, 1245, 1023 as amended. 1236 as amended. Passed the second reading, order of revised place counter for third reading and final passage. SCR 25002 and Senate Bill 132 laid over until 4/23/2025 and retaining their place in the calendar. House Bill 1226 referred to the Committee on Appropriations. Committee reports.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 11 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 50 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 64 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 121 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with the recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 278 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with the recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 291 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with the recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 292 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 293 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 294 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with the recommendation that it be placed in the consent calendar. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 295 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1017 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation. House Bill 12, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1209 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1239 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1279 be amended as followed, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1321 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar, Majority Leader Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate take up Senate Bill 25-121 and the Health and Human Services and Appropriations reports, Senate Bill 278, Senate Bill 291, Senate Bill 294, Senate Bill 283, Senate Bill 287, House Bill 1176 and the Health and Human Services report, House Bill 1222 and the Health and Human Services report, and House Bill 1307 at the hour of 1:50 p.m.
The motion is that the Senate take up those bills on special orders considered at the hour 1:50 p.m. This requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Senate will take up those bills On special orders, consent at the hour of 1:50 p.m. Special orders, second reading of the bills, consent calendar. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar, and Senator Roberts will take the chair. Get you some.
Okay. The committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title of all the bills on the special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar?
Senate Bill 121 by Senators Judah and Mullica and Representative Gilchrist concerning Medicaid reimbursement for outpatient procedures related to drug-resistant epilepsy. Senate Bill 278 by Senator Mullica and Representative Stewart concerning the administration of emergency use epinephrine in a school setting. Senate Bill 291 by Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Sirota and Taggart concerning the spending authority of the Division of Criminal Justice and the Department of Public Safety for community corrections programs. Senate Bill 294 by Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Byrd and Taggart concerning residential behavioral health services for Medicaid members who are in the custody of a county department of human or social services. Senate Bill 283 by Senators Roberts and Simpson and Representatives McCormick and Soper concerning the Colorado Water Conservation Board operations and in connection therewith funding projects and making an appropriation. Senate Bill 287 by Senators Michelson, Janay, and Representative Lindstedt concerning modification of the duties of the Capitol Building Advisory Committee. House Bill 1176 by Representative Stewart and Senators Simpson and Michelson, Janay concerning measures to reduce the stigma of behavioral health treatment for medical practitioners. House Bill 1222 by Representative Winter and Lukens and Senators Roberts and Simpson concerning measures to preserve health care access provided by rural independent pharmacies. House Bill 1307 by Representative Luck and Carter and Senators Ball and Rich concerning updating technical references in education law.
Senator Cutter.
I'm coming. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for the adoption of all the bills on the consent calendar and the associated committee reports, which includes Senate Bill 121 with Health and Human Services and Appropriations reports, Senate Bill 278, Senate Bill 291, Senate Bill 294, Senate Bill 283, Senate Bill 287, House Bill 1176 and the Health and Human Services report, House Bill 1222 and the Health and Human Services report, and House Bill 1307.
Is there any discussion on any of the committee reports? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the committee reports for all the bills on the general orders, second reading of bills, or the special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee reports are adopted. Is there any discussion on the bills on the special orders consent calendar? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of all the bills on the special orders, second reading consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and those bills are adopted. Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee will rise and report.
Senate will come to order. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and has had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
April 22nd, 2025. Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 121, as amended. Senate Bill 278, Senate Bill 291, Senate Bill 294, Senate Bill 283, Senate Bill 287, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed in the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1176, as amended. House Bill 1222, as amended. House Bill 1307, passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? Any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0. There is no? Okay. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0, absent, 0 excused, committee of the whole report is adopted. Very nice. Senate Bill 121 is amended. 278, 291, 294, 283, 287 passed second reading, order goes place account of third reading and final passage. House Bill 1176 is amended. 1222 is amended. And 1307 passed second reading, order revised place account of third reading and final passage. Special orders. Second reading of the bills. Majority Leader Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate take up Senate Bill 293 on special orders at the hour of 1:55 p.m.
The motion is that the Senate take up that bill on special orders at the hour of 1:55 p.m. This requires 2/3 vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That motion is adopted. The Senate will take up that bill on special orders at the hour of 1:55 p.m. Special orders, second reading of the bill. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of special orders, second reading of bills.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself in Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills. And Senator Roberts will take the chair.
Committee will come to order, and the court rule is relaxed for everyone. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 293?
Senate Bill 293 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Byrd and Sirota concerning transfers of money from the license plate cash fund.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. On behalf of Senator Bridges and Kirkmeyer, I move Senate Bill 293 and at least the appropriations report, if not more, reports from committees. No reports.
There are no reports.
To the bill. Colleagues.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. All those license plates you see roaming around out there, the new black ones, the new white ones, the new orange ones, or whatever, they are gathering up all sorts of money. This particular bill, 293, would move a portion of that money, 40% into the general fund, yay general fund, and 40% into the highway users tax fund, the drives account. It's approximately, they anticipate between 8 and 10 million, I think $9 and $10 million is sitting in the fund. 40% each would be 3.6 million for the general fund and 3.6 million for the highway users fund. This bill would move that money with a transfer. I urge your vote in favor.
Senator Gonzalez.
Just a comment, Mr. Chair, because in the Appropriations Committee, in order to move a bill, the legislator must be there.
A response, Mr. Minority Leader? Oh boy.
Colleagues, think of me as Senator Bridges.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 293. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 293 is adopted. Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee will rise and report.
Senate will come back to order. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had one bill under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
April 22nd, 2025, Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bill, being the second reading thereof, and it makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 293 passed on second reading in order to engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 293 passed second reading, order of gross place and counted for third reading and final passage. Consideration of resolutions. Majority Leader Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the consideration of resolutions calendar lay over until Thursday, May 8th, 2025.
Very good. The motion is to lay over the consideration of resolution calendar Thursday, May 8th, 2025. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the consideration of resolution calendar will lay over until Thursday, May 8th, 2025. Consideration of House amendments to Senate bills. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of Senate Bill 002.
Senate Bill 002 by Senators Bridges and Exum and Representatives Basenecker and Stewart concerning the development of regional building codes that account for local climatic and geographic conditions for the construction and installation of residential and non-residential factory-built structures and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 002.
Any discussion, Senator Exum?
No, they did something, make it better.
Excellent
That's
work.
for I vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion that the Senate concur with the House amendment to Senate Bill 002. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for repassage of Senate Bill 002 and ask for an I vote.
Very good. Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 2. Are there any no votes? Senators Frizzell, Rich, Mr. Minority Leader, Simpson, Pelton B., Bright, Frizzell, Catlin, Pelton R., Pelton R., and Liston. Seeing, may I have to reconsider it? With a vote of 20, with a vote of 26 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 2 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Very good. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of Senate Bill 174. Senator 5. Members, we're still on consideration of House amendments and Senate bills. Mr. Schauffele, please read the title of Senate Bill 174.
Senate Bill 174 by Senators Roberts and Simpson and Representatives Lukens and Soper, concerning the continuation of the regulation of outfitters and in connection therewith implementing the recommendations contained in the 2024 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 174.
Discussion, Senator Roberts.
Yes, they just added in a 3-year look-back window to license revocation for these licensed outfitters and a few other technical details around wildlife trafficking, and I think they were good amendments. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 174. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, that motion is adopted. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 174.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 174. Are there any no votes? What? Baisley.
What? Again.
I know it. It's all good. With a vote of 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 174 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Governor appointments. Consideration of governor's appointments, consent calendar. Mr. Schauffele, please read all the appointments listed on the consent calendar.
Members of the State Agricultural Commission for terms expiring March 1st, 2029. David Block of Yuma, Colorado to serve as a representative of Agriculture District 2, reappointed. Simon Martinez of Dolores, Colorado to serve as a member at large, reappointed. Nick Trainer of Watkins, Colorado to serve as a representative at large, reappointed. Amanda Weaver of Wheat Ridge, Colorado to serve as a representative of Agriculture District 1, appointed. Member of the State Board of Health for a term expiring March 1st, 2027. Aldwin Gardner of Denver, Colorado to serve as a resident of the 1st Congressional District and as a Democrat, appointed. Members of the Colorado Commission on Aging for terms expiring September 1st, 2025. David Corder Green of Boulder, Colorado to represent expertise in the housing sector occasioned by the resignation of Diana Delgado of Dacono, Colorado, appointed. Rebecca Chop of Broomfield, Colorado to represent expertise in dementia occasioned by the resignation of Kelly Ostoff of Greeley, Colorado, appointed. Jake McGuire of Denver, Colorado to serve as a member with knowledge of transportation occasioned by the resignation of Richard McClintock of Denver, Colorado, appointed. For terms expiring September 1st, 2027, Catherine Cowling of Denver, Colorado to represent the 1st Congressional District, appointed. Lim Thompson of Center, Colorado to represent the 3rd Congressional District, appointed. James Coomerl of Lock Bowie, Colorado to represent the 4th Congressional District, reappointed. Penny Whitney of Colorado Springs, Colorado to represent the 5th Congressional District, reappointed. Joy Glenn of Aurora, Colorado to represent the 6th Congressional District, appointed. Karen Brown of Arvada, Colorado to represent the 7th Congressional District, reappointed. Ronica Rooks of Thornton, Colorado to represent the 8th Congressional District, reappointed. Kimberly Bryan of Colorado Springs, Colorado to represent the long-term residential care, reappointed. Barbara Kreisman of Fraser, Colorado to represent workforce, appointed. Aaron Marizella of Colorado Springs, Colorado to represent expertise in policy or elder rights issues, appointed. Members of the Middle Income Housing Authority for a term expiring September 1st, 2026. Kyle Henderson of Littleton, Colorado to serve as a member with experience in real estate transactions, occasioned by the resignation of Chad Asarch of Denver, Colorado, appointed. For terms expiring September 1st, 2028. Tamara Pogue of Dillon, Colorado to serve as a county commissioner from a rural county, reappointed. Kristen Stevens of Fort Collins, Colorado to serve as a county commissioner, reappointed. Jackie Millett of Lone Tree, Colorado, reappointed. Stephanie Gonzalez of Grenada, Colorado, reappointed. For a term expiring September 1st, 2025. Patrick Myers of Denver, Colorado, occasioned by the passing of Keo Frazier of Denver, Colorado, appointed.
Majority Leader Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the confirmation of all the appointments listed on the consent calendar, which includes David Block, Simon Martinez, Nick Trainer, Amanda Weaver for the State Agricultural Commission, Aldwin Gardner to the State Board of Health, David Corder Green, Rebecca Chop, and Jake McGuire to the Colorado Commission on Aging. Also, Catherine Cowling, Lynn Thompson, James Crimmerly, Penny Whitney, Joey Glenn, Karen Brown, Ronica Rooks, Kimberly Bryant, Barbara Kreisman, Aaron Maruzella, also to the Colorado Commission on Aging. Kyle Henderson, Tamara Pogue, Kristen Stevens, Jackie Miller, Stephen Gonzalez, and Patrick Myers to the Middle Income Housing Authority.
Any discussion? Seeing none, a motion is a confirmation of all the appointments on the consent calendar. Are there any no votes on the consent calendar? With A vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused. Those appointments are confirmed. Message from the House.
Message from the House. Senatorial 5. Message from the House.
We wish we were in the Senate.
The House is adopted and returns herewith Senate Joint Resolution 17.
Introduction and consideration of resolutions.
Senate Resolution 11 by Senator Coleman concerning the approval by the Senate of the Senate President's appointment of Cyril Weidergar to the Independent Ethics Commission.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Madam President. I move SR 011 and ask for an aye vote.
Will the clerk please read oh, that's for you. No. Okay. Is there any discussion? The motion is the adoption of SR 011. This resolution requires 24 votes. Are there any no votes? Senatorial 5. What did I do? Oh.
Come on, Mark. I just need one vote, man. One yes vote. I need every yes. As long as I got
State-
you, Cleve, I don't need
state it
nobody
again.
else, baby.
Start.
It's not on the calendar. I mean, if you want me to just throw it on tomorrow, we could, I look forward to spending time with you.
It looks like there's further discussion from the Senator Coleman. Okay, is there any further discussion? The motion is the adoption of SR 11. This resolution requires 24 votes. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, SR 11 is adopted. Co-sponsors.
Yes, co-sponsors. Wow.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll remember that.
Please add the president.
Yes. Thank you. Good job. Very good job, Madam President. Introduction to bills.
Senate Bill 303 by Senators Amabile and Bridges and Representatives Taggart and Byrd concerning the repeal of the Natural Disaster Grant Fund.
Appropriations.
Senate Bill 304 by Senator Weissman concerning measures to address the sexual assault kit testing backlog.
Judiciary.
House Bill 1039 by Representatives Titone and Smith and Senators Roberts and Catlin concerning muffler requirements for commercial vehicles.
Transportation and Energy.
House Bill 1083 by Representatives Hamrick and Bradfield and Senator Frizzell and Michelson-Janae concerning vehicle transactions for deployed military families.
State Bill Military Affairs.
House Bill 1088 by Representatives McCormick and Brown and Senators Baisley and Mullicook concerning costs associated with the provision of ground ambulance services and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Health and Human Services.
House Bill 1188 by Representatives Froelich and Senator Michelson-Janae concerning the recommendations of the Mandatory Reporter Task Force and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Health and Human Services.
House Bill 1198 by Representatives Froelich and Brown and Senator Winter concerning the creation of a Regional Planning Roundtable Commission.
Local Government and Housing.
House Bill 1215 by Representatives Taggart and Joseph and Senator Bridges and Kirkmeyer concerning the redistribution of the lottery fund and in connection therewith modifying the distributions of lottery fund money for the Public School Capital Construction Assistance Fund, the Wildlife Cash Fund, and the Parks and Outdoor Recreation Cash Fund, and making new distributions to the Outdoor Equity Fund, the Outdoor Recreation Industry Office, and a new Strategic Outdoor Recreation Management and Infrastructure Cash Fund.
Appropriations.
House Bill 1267 by Representatives Pascal and McCormick and Senators Winter and Amabile, concerning support for statewide energy strategies and in connection therewith modifying the electric vehicle grant fund within the Colorado Energy Office, allowing the community access enterprise to reduce the retail delivery fee it imposes, regulating retail electric vehicle charging, and making an appropriation.
Transportation Energy.
House Bill 1274 by Representatives Garcia and Senator Michael Singenet, concerning the Healthy School Meals for All program.
Finance.
House Bill 1293 by Representatives Jackson and Puglisi and Senators Pelton B. and Snyder, concerning measures related to overdose prevention for students.
Education.
House Bill 1303 by Representatives Basnicker and Lukens and Senators Roberts and Winter, concerning the creation of an enterprise in the Department of Transportation to provide funding for transportation system enhancements that lower automobile insurance costs by reducing the number of collisions that involve a motor vehicle.
Finance.
House Bill 1309 by Representative Brown and Titone and Senator Cutter and Gonzalez, concerning protecting access to gender-affirming health care.
Health and Human Services.
House Bill 1312 by Representatives Garcia and Stewart and Senator Winter and Colker, concerning legal protections for transgender individuals.
Judiciary.
House Bill 1316 by Representatives Bradley and Carter and Senator Exum and Rich, concerning technical changes to definitions that apply to the laws regulating electronic monitoring of prescription drugs.
Health and Human Services.
House Bill 1318 by Representative McCormick and Soper and Senators Roberts and Catlin, concerning an appropriation for species conservation trust fund projects.
Agriculture and Natural Resources.
House Bill 1320 by Representatives McCluskey and Lukens and Senators Lundin and Bridges, concerning the financing of public schools and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Education.
House Bill 1330 by Representatives Titone and Soper and Senators Hendrickson and Baisley, concerning exempting quantum computing equipment from the Consumer Repair Bill of Rights Act.
Business, Labor, and Technology. Announcements. Senator, is this Senator Cutter or Majority Leader Cutter?
It's Majority Leader.
Before we have those other announcements. Senator Weissman.
Thanks, Mr. President. In the vein of other announcements, the State Affairs Committee has some work to do this afternoon. 15 minutes after the gavel drops, we will be in our usual room, 352, to consider the following bills. House Bill 1013 for action only, followed by House Bills 1305, 1308, 1069, 1195, 1273, and 1062 in that order. See you there.
Very good. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tomorrow, not today, but tomorrow, the Senate Judiciary Committee will meet at 1:30 in the old Supreme Court. We will hear Senate Bills 300, Senate Bill 304, House Bills 1026, 1049, 1183, and 1275. I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow.
Very good. Senator Kipp.
Good afternoon, Senate Finance Committee. We will be meeting 15 minutes up on adjournment in SCR 357 to hear SB 25290, SB 25026, HB 251105, SB 25302, and HB 251314. See y'all there.
Very good. Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a heads up about the Senate Business, Labor, and Technology Committee. We'll be meeting 15 minutes on adjournment in the old Supreme Court to review and vote on the measures as listed in the calendar. Thanks. Have a great afternoon.
Very good. Further announcements before the announcement. The announcement. Majority Leader Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, starting today, you have one final opportunity to place an order for your General Assembly merchandise. Check your email for a link, and you can place your order. They must be placed by Thursday at the latest. And please know that orders placed during this window won't arrive till after session. And you can speak to Tammy at the desk if you have any questions. We are now going to adjourn. Oh, do I need to?
Oh, no,
Okay.
keep going.
Okay.
You got it.
We're gonna. I move that the Senate adjourn until 9 a.m. on Wednesday, April 23rd, 2025.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Who wants to stay? Well, the ayes have it. The Senate will stand in adjournment until 9 a.m. Wednesday, April 23rd, 2025.
Aye.